Chapter 885. The great golden desert was dyed the color of blood. The stench of blood assailed the nostrils. The rising bloody mist, the broken limbs, and the endless bloody mud on the ground formed an azure diagram of hell. What kind of shock would people feel when they found this place? The magnificent army had turned into skeletons, all of them killed. Yi Fan picked up the purgatory divine sword, which was as red as the sunset and stained with blood. Fatty Duan put a dilapidated ancient pagoda into his bosom. Monkey looked at a broken fan for a long time. The three damaged holy weapons became their spoils of war. The deities inside had long since died and were subdued by the heaven-devouring evil jar. They didn't stay here for long. They turned around and entered the realm gate, disappearing from this place. The majestic building was preserved in perfect condition. The old man in charge of the auction house was still unhurried and calm. He wiped his face with his hand and restored his original appearance. This was the old man who often played chess with Yan Yishi in the heavenly village. He was in charge of cleaning up the mess. The central region was the birthplace of the Eastern Wasteland civilization. There were many mysterious remains and many ancient ruins from prehistoric times. It was impossible to find their origins. In this vast wasteland, there were many ancient cities scattered about. They weren't connected, but they blossomed with the resplendent flames of civilization that had never been extinguished since ancient times. The Broken Sky mountain range was located in a region rarely visited by humans. It was a boundless wasteland that spanned millions of li. This mountain range was majestic and imposing. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. Looking from afar, there was no end to it. Yi Fan's group crossed the void from the southern region and entered this vast mountain range. They paid close attention to the movements in all directions. Every mountain peak was exceptionally grand and towered into the clouds. The most peculiar thing was that the mountain peaks were all flattened. They were like giant platforms that pierced into the clouds. This was the famous Broken Sky mountain range. It was rumored that it was cut off by the heavens because it was too tall. All the mountain peaks were the same height and incomparably neat. They were all black and looked boundlessly majestic under the contrast of the clouds. Before the ancient times, this mountain range towered into the clouds. There was a majestic palace above. Even the ancient races didn't dare to set foot here, said the monkey. The various great king clans didn't dare to rashly approach. This was a restricted area, and only the archaic emperors had visited it before. It was rumored that undying holy spirits resided above. No wonder there are so many legends. Powerful cultivators believe that this place was flattened by the ancient emperors. Yi Fan said. Only a supreme existence like that possessed such ability. A single strike of the sword flattened a vast mountain peak that stretched for over 1,000,000 kilometers, creating such a miraculous scene that caused one's imagination to wander and fanciful thoughts to run wild. If a human strike could be like this, plucking the stars and moon wouldn't be a big deal. This made people's imaginations run wild. What would the so-called immortals be like? To be exact, they were wiped out by the merciless emperor. Of course, there's no way to verify this. After all, this great emperor's reputation isn't very good. No matter how great his achievements are, it's hard for it to be widely spread, Duanda said. He had the heaven-devouring evil jar, so he naturally knew more about Ruthless than the others. According to the legends, this place was the divine land of the Holy Spirit, and at one time, it posed a great threat to the human race. In his later years, Ruthless massacred this place out of anger. The blood of the Holy Spirit dyed the mountains and rivers of millions of miles red, and the high and mighty heaven palace was flattened with a single strike. If this is true, then this great emperor of your human race really makes one's hair stand on end. It's truly worthy of reverence. In the archaic era, this place wasn't far off from the 7 great life-forbidden zones of today. The monkey sighed with sincere reverence. The virtuous great emperors of the past are worthy of boundless reverence. In terms of mysteriousness, Ruthless is definitely number one. Even now, we don't know whether he's a man or a woman. Not a single great achievement of his has been passed down, Yi Fan said. Not long after, they arrived at the central region of the Broken Sky mountain range. Although they were at the same height, the mountain range here was especially majestic and thicker. It was originally a land close to gods, but it was destroyed during the Desolate Era. Occasionally, people could dig out some mysterious rubble at the foot of the mountain that flickered with immortal light. However, it was already impossible to deduce anything from the ancient times. Astral winds whistled as they flew up a broken mountain that was like a sky platform. When they landed on top, endless divine winds of the great Tao blew. Cultivators with insufficient strength would be turned into flying ashes. Those who weren't experts couldn't climb up. There are really quite a lot of people who came. The sky is already filled with shouts. A great battle has broken out. Duanda stared ahead. This region was too big. There were many figures in many places. Some were searching for the immortal medicine, while others were waiting for Yi Fan to arrive and wanted to ambush him. Just now, someone saw that little girl again. Her fragrance filled the air. It's definitely the immortal medicine without a doubt. It can't be fake because someone even invited Master Lin. He's a Grandmaster level alchemist. Some people were discussing. They all frantically rushed towards a certain region. Currently, 70% of the cultivators who came to the Broken Sky mountain range were gathered there. However, many people mistakenly entered and found nothing. That was a strange place. It had been like this since ancient times. After entering, it was difficult to determine the direction and it was easy to get lost. It really is an immortal medicine. Dr. Wang is also here. His medical skills are the best in the Eastern Wasteland. It has already been confirmed that this is the immortal medicine. When this news came out, there was a huge uproar. Everyone became even more excited. Those who came here all had different intentions. Many wanted to fish in troubled waters and mix with those who wanted to kill Yi Fan. Although it said that you can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child, showing off the seed of the Qilin medicine might really be taken away, Duanda said. Yi Fan and the others approached the most central region. This place was vast and boundless. There was an indescribable aura of the great Tao. The divine wind whistled, blowing so many cultivators that they couldn't even stand straight. They were easily turned into ashes. One broken mountain after another was incomparably flat. They were all cut from the great peaks and were almost connected together. The clouds and mist were faintly discernible. The sound of a child's crying could be heard again. The fragrance was intoxicating. In this vast region, the sound of a child's crying was very soft. It was blown away by the wind. Only a few cultivators with profound cultivation could hear it. That dog's attainments in formation runes are getting higher and higher. This kind of maze has its own life. It has reached the acme of perfection. It's almost comparable to the methods of a saint, the monkey praised. All the enemies in the southern region had been wiped out. The people in the Broken Heaven mountain range couldn't possibly know. They didn't sense the approaching danger at all. In just a short while, Yi Fan and the others had already discovered many assassins. They even received Qi Luo's message that someone had brought an inherited sacred weapon. They're serious now. They want to kill me in one strike. It seems that as soon as I appear, a world-shaking battle will erupt, Yi Fan said to himself. An hour later, they were sure that the masters of 3 small worlds had arrived in the human world. They led countless experts. Hell, on the other hand, had 4 layers of Hell masters come personally. All the people in the small worlds they controlled had come out. There were as many experts as clouds. The divine sons of the human world and the goddesses of Hell had also appeared. The inherited sacred weapons would be activated by their Tao protectors and could launch a thunderous attack at any time. Duanda inhaled a breath of cold air and said, "But there are inherited sacred weapons. If this kind of thing comes to life, its power will be boundless. It's 100 times more powerful than that damaged purgatory blood sword. He was a little worried. He was really afraid that the inherited sacred weapons would break through the formation patterns and carve out a bloody path, leading everyone to break out of the encirclement. That would be troublesome. They might even be surrounded and killed. If his heaven-swallowing demon jar truly came to life, it would naturally be easy to shatter the inherited sacred weapons. However, it wasn't complete. Without reaching the Saint Realm, it would be difficult to control it. He was afraid that the other party would escape. It's fine. The goddess Furnace and the scepter of the celestial court are all here. At the crucial moment, you can even place your heaven-swallowing demon lid in the formation. Humans can't activate these few sacred weapons, but the Wuxia killing formation can. It can definitely revive them. Yi Fan said. How many great emperor killing formations did you make that dog carve? Duanda asked. Originally, there were 6. I was afraid that something might happen, so I accepted its extortion and made it vomit blood from exhaustion. So I carved a total of 12, Yi Fan said. The hearts of Duanda and the monkey trembled. Each of the 12 killing formations had a corner of the great emperor formation patterns. With so many of them together, even a saint could be killed without a hitch. This was really a big deal. Of course, the requirements for carving this kind of divine formation were extremely high. Otherwise, after a few days, all kinds of Dao marks would automatically disappear in the void, completely vanishing. Not long ago, Yi Fan bought and auctioned wantonly, obtaining countless spiritual items and even divine materials. It was enough to squander, causing the large black dog to bark madly in surprise for an entire night. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman had appeared. Pang Bo sent over such a piece of news. Instantly, Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he clenched his fists. However, it was a pity that these 2 people disappeared in a flash. They were very cautious, quickly disappearing without a trace. However, it was good that they had come. There was a chance to kill them. The celestial imperial prince's people have come, the monkey said. He stared at the 2 figures in front of him. They were definitely experts, only a step away from becoming a saint. Malicious ghost, I sense the power of a malicious ghost. His true body has come. Duanda said. He frequently roamed the underground ancient tomb, so he was very sensitive to the aura of this kind of corpse ghost. At the same time, Yi Fan saw 2 people flickering with silver light. Even their heads were covered by silver helmets. They entered the center of the broken sky mountain range and disappeared in a flash. It's them, Lu Yunji and Wang Yan have come. Wherever Yi Fan appeared, it would definitely be the center of the battlefield. Everyone had come for him because he was about to cross the star domain. The enemies thought that someone had set up a trap to kill him, so they all came to attack. Who dares to harm little Nan Nan? A loud roar resounded throughout the broken sky mountain range. Yi Fan appeared in the center of the mountain range, entering the former Holy Spirit divine land. The human race's holy physique Yi Fan has come. The broken sky mountain range was in chaos. Large numbers of cultivators appeared, entering this vast region. The killing intent suddenly became many times stronger. Medicinal fragrance flowed, and the center of the Holy Spirit divine land was enshrouded in mist. All kinds of haze flowed about. Yi Fan stood in the center, attracting large numbers of cultivators. Someone attacked at the first moment. It was a blinding light. No one would have thought that hundreds of divine crocodiles would appear at the first moment and attack Yi Fan. Moreover, behind him, a golden crocodile phantom that was tens of thousands of zhang long transformed into a tangible body and also pounced over. It possessed an incomparably powerful might. The divine spirit residing in Li Xiaoman's body is the incarnation of the crocodile ancestor? Pang Bo muttered to himself. He thought back to the scene 12 years ago where a golden crocodile chased after Yi Fan outside the ancient desolate forbidden land. Boom! At the same time, there was a sacred weapon that had been passed down through the ages. It emitted strands of terrifying might and hacked out a beam of divine radiance, slashing towards Yifan. Bang! The heaven-devouring devil jar above Duanda's head flashed and appeared. It protected him, the monkey, and Yifan beneath it, blocking the two sure-kill attacks. Is everyone who should come here? If it's about time, then resurrect the Wuxia killing formation and kill everyone. Yifan transmitted his voice to the Black Emperor coldly. Chapter 886. The huge golden crocodile was like a thick mountain ridge. When it sensed the pressure of the extreme Tao, it immediately swung its tail like a divine dragon and rushed into the sky. The heaven-devouring demonic cover flickered with black light and shot out a strand of Emperor's might, forcing the huge crocodile back. At the same time, killing intent pervaded the air, shattering the divine radiance of the legendary holy weapon and turning it into flowing light. The human race's sacred physique is here, kill him. An old assassin shouted. With a wave of his hand, black-clothed people appeared everywhere and began to carry out the assassination. Moreover, the divine crocodiles flickered with black light and flew over like black spears. They pierced through the void and surrounded the surroundings, attacking from time to time. You dare to be arrogant before an emperor weapon? Duanda's expression turned cold. As soon as he activated it, many vicious spirits nearby trembled and fell down, shaking endlessly on the broken mountain. Just use the heaven-devouring cover to defend. Don't waste too much divine force and don't scare away the malicious spirits. Leave these to me, the monkey said. With a sweep of his rod, corpses and bones flew in all directions. A group of assassins who approached were all killed. Roar! The huge golden crocodile in the sky stabilized its body and spat out a thunderous sound. The mountains and valleys all shook, and there were even some tens of thousands of tall mountains that directly collapsed. Tens of thousands of small crocodiles flew over densely in the sky, turning into a dark sword rain that pierced through the void. Even many assassins were pierced to death. What kind of secret technique is he going to use? Duanda was shocked. This was a divine being from outside this region, so he had to be on guard. The space between Yifan's brows flashed with splendor, and a blood sword that was only an inch long appeared. It was like a blood-dripping agate, flickering with scarlet light and glistening. This was the spoils of war from the southern desert, the purgatory divine sword. Chi! Streaks of bloody light flew out, turning into sword radiance that entered the group of divine crocodiles. They slashed horizontally and vertically, dicing the malevolent divine crocodiles into inch-long chunks of flesh. Scarlet blood flowed out. Human race's sacred physique, you've walked right into a trap. Do you still want to leave alive? The sound of killing came from all directions as countless experts rushed over. Pooh! After the tens of thousands of small alligators were chopped into meat paste, they turned into blazing light that surrounded Yifan's group. An ancient sacrificial voice sounded. A golden ancient temple appeared. Divine light shone for tens of thousands of streaks, rising and falling within the bloody mud. It released an incomparably dignified aura, turning into endless divine might that suppressed downwards. This is blood sacrifice suppression. Duanda's expression changed. Yifan pulled out a formation platform. Inscriptions were carved into it, and there were also many indentations that were filled with divine essence blocks. This was an origin formation that he had spent many days carving out. Even with his abilities, he was barely able to set it up. He stood on the ground and shouted softly, "E." Then, all of the ancient symbols on the formation platform lit up, interweaving together, activating his incantation together, amplifying it immeasurably. It was as if a great bell was ringing. As soon as the Buddhist incantations were uttered, the ancient temple became unstable. A beam of golden light emerged from within and revealed its true appearance. It was the manifestation of a god from the outer realm. Chi! Suddenly, a beam of divine light slashed over. The Black Emperor had a bad premonition. He activated the Wuxia killing formation, causing it to shoot out a beam of killing light that sliced the blurry golden body in half. In the sky, the giant golden alligator's body trembled. 2 beams of dark light shot out from its eyes, but it didn't immediately attack. Instead, it sensed the fluctuations in its surroundings. Human race's sacred physique, you've finally appeared. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Return the lives of my race's children. A voice that sounded like muffled thunder traveled over. An unparalleled great demon appeared in the sky. A black figure so sturdy that it seemed like it could lift the sky with a single shoulder. There were horns on its head and black fur on its back. It stood there like a demonic mountain. This was a massive ox king that possessed the strength of a king tier. Its eyes were as large as copper bells, and its entire body was surrounded by black light. It was hundreds of feet tall, and its fists smashed downwards. This was a king tier of the Herculean ox demon race. It was no different from the legendary ox demon king. The monkey shouted loudly. The jet-black iron rod in its hand swept out, and a deafening sound like muffled thunder immediately rang out in the sky. Don't kill this barbaric ox. I've finally seen a mount that I'm satisfied with. This will be this emperor's mount in the future. The Black Emperor cried out in the dark. He began to control the formation. Divine chains of order flickered and extended into the sky, wrapping around that powerful barbaric ox that resembled a black demonic mountain. Moo! The barbaric ox's roar resounded in all directions. It had unleashed a terrifying sound wave. At the same time, even more enemies appeared. They rushed over together, including some powerful races from the various ancient tribes. Blood Lightning Descent. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race appeared. More than 10 of them used forbidden techniques together, activating a killing formation to suppress it. Boom! It was unknown how many bolts of blood-colored lightning appeared. Each one was formed from laws, and they transformed into an inescapable net that interweaved together. It was blood-red and dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Not only did Yi Fan prepare a killing formation, there were also others who came to deal with him. Once this blood-colored killing formation was activated, it would definitely be able to kill a few kings. However, it was ineffective against the heaven-devouring devil lid. Even if this half-emperor weapon didn't awaken, there was nothing it could break through. Strands of black light curled up and down, transforming all the blood-colored lightning into mist. The experts of the Blood Lightning King race felt a sense of defeat. They felt like ants trying to shake a tree, they simply had no way to resist that half-emperor weapon. The killing formation was completely useless. Kill! In the Broken Heavens mountain range, the roars of war shook the heavens. Countless assassins appeared. They were the main force this time around. There were 4 Hell Overlords from Hell and 3 World Overlords from the mortal world. Kill! The monkey forced the king of the Herculean Ox Devil race back. He brandished his iron rod and began a massacre. Everywhere he passed by, no one could block him. Broken limbs flew everywhere. At the same time, Yi Fan also began a massacre. The space between his brows flashed with light. That inch-long purgatory divine sword was as translucent as a blood coral. Every strand of killing intent it shot out contained destructive might. Although the blood sword was damaged, it was still a saint weapon after all. At this moment, Yi Fan stood on the terrifying sky origin forbidden formation he created. He wasn't worried that his divine energy would run out and he would continue his massacre. He seemed to have transformed into a divinity. Divine light shot out unceasingly from the center of his brows. He could see mountains crumbling, the sky shattering, and the people being destroyed. With a flash of blood from his brows, a group of powerful enemies would definitely be turned into ashes. Such a formation platform is truly terrifying. In the future, I should carve several tens of them for me as well. There's no need to worry about my divine energy running out. Duanda's heart stirred. Yi Fan sighed. It was easier said than done. Such formation runes wouldn't last for more than a few days before vanishing. Maybe, it was too heaven-defying. And every time he carved it, he would have to exhaust his mental energy. Even after a long time, he might not succeed. Woo, woo, the blood light that shot out from the center of Yi Fan's brows let out a mournful howl. It transformed into thousands of streaks of blood light that instantly killed hundreds of people. Blood splattered everywhere as lives were lost. This was the twilight calamity song of hell. A great battle was about to begin, and human lives were cheaper than grass. Boom! All of a sudden, a stone tablet descended from the sky. There were 8 ancient words carved on it. It emitted a devilish radiance and hummed as it pressed down on Yi Fan. The heavenly prince's subordinate made a move. He was a powerful existence that was just a step away from becoming a saint. He personally controlled the stone tablet to suppress Yi Fan. That's the 8-division devil steel. The Monkey King shouted in alarm. According to the legends, the undying heavenly emperor was a deity that was revered by the myriad of ancient races. In the past, he had once conquered the heavens. 8 of his subordinates had died in battle, and almost all of them had been exterminated. He had personally refined the 8-division devil steel, allowing their souls to rest in peace. He had even created a forbidden technique for it. Naturally, the stone tablet in front of Huang Xiaolong couldn't have been personally refined by the undying heavenly emperor. However, the undying heavenly emperor had inherited his technique. The heavenly prince had dictated it, and the 2 ancestor kings had refined it. That was how the undying heavenly emperor had turned it into a forbidden artifact. 8 runes shone on the surface of the stone tablet, and each rune represented a type of great Tao. As they rumbled, the entire broken heaven mountain range shook. The purgatory divine sword in the center of Yi Fan's brows shot out rays of blood-colored light that slashed at the 8-division devil steel. After all, this was the power of a saint weapon, and it was able to block the 8 ancient runes. The evil ghost is here. Suddenly, Duanda's hair stood on end as he warned Yi Fan. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled, and a rain of blood poured down. A yellow whirlwind appeared in the sky, and as the blood rained down, a black devil appeared in the distance. It stood there, taller than the Hengduan mountain range, and it looked down coldly. A god's will of a saint physique. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Didn't he lose 90% of his cultivation and his Tao foundation? Why does he still give off such a terrifying feeling? Duanda muttered to himself. He had never seen such an evil ghost in his life. Don't treat him like a ghost. He's a famous god's will, and he's the hardest to deal with. The Monkey King reminded Huang Xiaolong. 2 mysterious figures clad in silver battle robes appeared in front of the Black Devil. One of them shouted, Yi Fan, do you know who I am? Lu Yunji, I've been waiting for you for a long time. So many years have passed, but you still haven't improved. It's hard to change your nature. Yi Fan said indifferently. In front of the huge Black Devil, Lu Yunji let out an angry roar. He took off his helmet and said with incomparable hatred, it's been more than 20 years, and there hasn't been a moment where I haven't wanted to stand face to face with you. I want you to kneel at my feet. I've let you down. You'll never have that chance. This time, I won't give you any hope of survival. After today, all of the enemies here will be executed. Yi Fan said coldly. Ah! Wang Yan screamed. She threw away her helmet and shouted, surnamed Yi, just wait for your corpse to be torn into 10,000 pieces. Even the heavens won't be able to save you. Do you still need the heavens? Yi Fan let out a long roar, and like a clap of thunder, he cut through the sky and said, I'll kill all of you by myself. He swept his gaze over everyone present. Saint Physique, your doomsday has arrived. You still dare to boast shamelessly. The 3 realm lords of the human world appeared, and behind them, countless assassins appeared. Everything should end now. The 4 Hell Lords appeared, and the 4 layers of hell appeared at the same time. Killing intent overflowed the heavens, and the assassins came out in full force. Meanwhile, at the very front were the divine son of the human world and the goddess of hell, as well as their protectors. At this moment, they were activating a sacred weapon, the blood-dripping bone pagoda. It was cast from the bones of saints, and it was pure white and lustrous. Streaks of bloody light flowed and twined around it. It was filled with dense killing intent, and it had a total of 5 layers. It belonged to hell, and it was the most precious bone essence left behind by the 5 killing saints. It was cast into the 5-layered pagoda, and at this moment, it was activated by the 2 sects together. It emitted a boundless pressure that swept through the entire broken sky mountain range. No one could stop it. This treasure must be left behind for our celestial court to use as a facade. Qi Luo secretly transmitted his voice. He was incomparably excited. All right, everything should come to an end now. Those who should have come. Yi Fan said calmly. Then, he shouted loudly, and the 9 Wuxia killing formations were all activated, sealing off this area. Boom! Boundless killing intent erupted like the sea. Strands of killing intent were as thick as mountains as they rushed into the heavens. All directions were sealed, and the power of the killing intent surged like the primal chaos. It crossed the ages and rushed over from the beginning of the world. Chapter 887. What? All the enemies cried out in shock. The aura of an ancient emperor pervaded the air. This was the killing formation of a human emperor, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Everyone present had a bad premonition. A calamity might be right in front of them. At this moment, there was no way out. The great formation had locked down everything. White killing intent surged. Pillars of qi pierced through the heavens and earth, forming a chaotic sea of killing. No one could pass through and break out. There's no need to worry. Since ancient times, apart from the great human emperor himself, no one has been able to lay down a flawless emperor's mark. This is just a corner of it. It won't be able to kill us. An old cultivator shouted, calming everyone down. That's right. Since ancient times, who had laid down a flawless great emperor killing formation? No one. As long as it was damaged, they would have the chance to kill their way out. Yi Fan snorted coldly. His eyes flashed with a cold light. He pointed out with his hand and a streak of killing intent flew out from the Wuxia formation. With a pu sound, that old cultivator was sliced open. There are so many of us here. Even the most powerful formation patterns will be smashed into smithereens. Let's focus on one point and kill the saint physique. This place will naturally be unsealed. Another person shouted. After the death of a great emperor, there was no way a flawless great emperor killing formation would appear in this world. After thinking through this, no one was that afraid anymore. I'll kill them. The goddess of hell and the protector of the human world activated the 5-layered pagoda together, suppressing forward. They wanted to wipe out Yi Fan and the others in one move. This pagoda was pure white. This bone was the most precious. After transforming into the Tao, all the other bones turned to dust, leaving only the hardest great Tao saint bone behind. This pagoda was formed from the Tao bone essence of 5 killing saints. After being tempered thousands of times and refined by the ancient saints for countless years, it finally took shape and became the hell soul-suppressing pagoda. It was a rare divine treasure. It swallowed the netherworld killing intent and descended from the 5-layered pagoda to resist the Wuxia killing formation. It turned into an undying god and swooped down. Its destructive power was unimaginable as it covered Yi Fan and the others below. Hong! Suddenly, a golden scepter soared into the sky, representing the will of heaven and earth. Surging killing intent surged like a tsunami, causing the heavens to tremble. What, that is? Many of the people present were alarmed. This divine staff had an extremely terrifying killing intent, causing many of the assassins to tremble with fear. This was the first time the scepter of the Celestial Court released its unmatched holy might. Under the stimulation of the Wuxia killing formation, it completely revived. Normally, no one could use it, because its level was too high, different from other weapons. Without the corresponding strength, it was difficult for it to have any life force. But now, it was completely different. The Wuxia killing formation shocked the world. Under the stimulation and operation of its world-shocking killing intent, this scepter was dazzling. It was as if it had appeared in the world with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making all creatures tremble in fear. How many years has it been? I've finally seen the supreme artifact of the Celestial Court shine brilliantly and appear. Zyro was so excited that he was trembling. This is the supreme scepter of the distant ancient heaven? The two great assassin court's people were all scared. They recalled those terrifying years. Correct, this is the scepter of the Celestial Court. Today, it will punish you all. Yi Fan roared, activating the Wuxia killing formation. He controlled the golden scepter and suppressed it towards the ancient pagoda. In the distant past, the Celestial Court firmly suppressed the other two great assassin courts. It was the true number one assassin palace under the heavens, making the world of mortals and hell have no choice but to worship it. It had been suppressed for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. How did you obtain it? The two great assassin court's people said with trembling voices. The destruction of the Celestial Court back then was greatly related to them. It flew into my hands on its own. Yi Fan activated the supreme scepter and swept it downwards. Countless assassins turned into bloody mist on the spot. The ancient pagoda couldn't stop it either. It rumbled and trembled slightly. He has already established a sect, yet he only has himself, a single person, the Celestial Court? Many people thought of this matter and shuddered. Correct, I have already established a sect and am the master of the Celestial Court. Yi Fan shouted and then said, however, it will be different from the past. This will be the Divine Court, not the Assassin Court, but the true Celestial Court. After the resurrection of the Celestial Court scepter, its destructive power shocked the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Boundless killing intent surged like a surging sea. Everywhere it passed, all the powerful enemies turned into a bloody paste with strands of primal chaos lingering around it. Clang! It collided with the hell soul-suppressing pagoda. The white Dao bone rumbled like thunder and streaks of bloody light gushed out. The most essential laws of the 5 killing saints appeared, turning into 5 divine laws of order that slashed forward. Truly a good treasure. It can be considered the favorite of the killing saints. We must seize it. Qi Luo's voice trembled as he solemnly instructed Yi Fan. The Celestial Court scepter, under the activation of the Wuxia's killing formation, was unstoppable. It had its own life and swallowed the essence of heaven and earth. It surged in the primal chaos and struck down the hell soul-suppressing pagoda several times. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked as it wanted to destroy it. This won't do. This is the number 1 killing weapon of the Celestial Court. This scepter is innately imprinted with the divine patterns of the great Tao. It is a heaven-made scepter. Then, it was nurtured by the blood of the quasi-emperor and refined by generations of killing saints. It is too powerful. The people of the Assassin Court couldn't stop it. Boom! The Celestial Court scepter flashed and drew out tens of thousands of streaks of golden light. They swept down and overturned the hell soul-suppressing pagoda, causing it to lose contact with those people. Dao friends, what are you waiting for? Let's kill him together and rush out of this place. Otherwise, there will be no hope of survival. A realm lord of the human world shouted. Die! In an instant, this place was filled with battle cries. All kinds of weapons and regulations were unleashed to resist the Wuxia's killing formation. However, it was as if they were rushing to their deaths. Large swathes of cultivators were reduced to corpses and blood. Arg, within the 9 killing formations, screams of agony rose and fell incessantly. Boom! The 8-division demon steel descended. The 8 large characters on it shone brilliantly and radiated with astonishing divine might. This was a forbidden tool personally refined by the 2 ancient kings, and it was extraordinarily powerful. The void trembled violently. Wuxia's killing intent didn't shatter it immediately. This divine steel was inscribed with the 8 ancient symbols of the undying heavenly emperor, and it was created to commemorate the 8 fallen in battle. It possessed an indescribable Tao power that could affect heaven and earth. Woo, woo, a chilly wind howled. The 8 symbols on the gigantic stone steel were connected to the underworld, and it was unknown what kind of power they had borrowed. The steel was jet black, and Tao patterns intertwined, shattering the void. This is a powerful forbidden tool. Destroy it with the legendary saint weapon. The large black dog said in secret. Li Tian and Yan Ishi worked together to activate the goddess furnace, and they placed it within the great emperor's forbidden formation to awaken it. The goddess furnace soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of light that rapidly enlarged. With the support of the Wuxia's killing formation, it was extremely powerful, and it collided with the 8-division demon steel. Boom! The steel crumbled on the spot, and rubble flew everywhere. The 8 ancient symbols were annihilated, and 8 black holes were blasted open. They transformed into a turbulent flow of black energy that disappeared completely. Yifan pointed a finger, and the goddess furnace soared into the sky. The flames within the furnace surged into the sky, and the group of cultivators controlling the 8-division demon steel were instantly burned to ashes. Only 2 cultivators survived. Their strength was terrifying, but they couldn't avoid the killing formation's aura, and they were slashed into a mist of blood. One corner of the Wuxia's killing formation might not be able to trap so many people, but when all 9 of them appeared at the same time, it was enough to shake heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep. Large numbers of assassins died violently, and innumerable cultivators were turned into ashes. It was difficult for them to survive in the heaven-broken mountain range, and they were like waves of wheat that were being harvested. Blood flowed everywhere, and corpses piled up like mountains of blood. With every passing minute and every second, a large number of lives were being lost. The 2 divine dynasties had lost their hell soul-suppressing pagodas, and they were like eagles with their wings broken within the 9 killing formations. They couldn't advance even an inch, and they were in grave danger. A cold smile appeared on Yifan's face. He took out the 1,000 Deaths bow, and began to selectively attack. His physical body was peerless, and the instant he drew the bow, the power of the Wuxia's killing formation surged over, and when it was added to the bowstring, it was unknown how many times more terrifying it was. Pooh! An old assassin's forehead was shot by an arrow, and he let out a loud cry before transforming into a mist of blood. He died a violent death. Hurry, let's all sacrifice our divine laws and use the divine chains of order to erase him. A severing Tao expert shouted. At the same time, they took action and crazily attacked. Yifan saw the infernal goddess. Right now, her entire body was covered in blood, and her hair was disheveled. She was protected at the center, and she charged left and right, wanting to break out of the encirclement. It's you. After this battle, there will be no infernal goddess. Yifan said coldly. The 1,000 Deaths bow in his hands flourished with brilliance, and an arrow of light appeared on the bowstring. Woo-woo. A long cry resounded through the heavens, illuminating the entire heaven-broken mountain range. It was as if a comet streaked across the sky. This arrow was too resplendent, and it condensed the power of the Wuxia's killing formation. One of the infernal goddess's Tao protectors walked up, doing everything he could to dissipate it. The precious shield shattered, and the Tao laws were extinguished. It was difficult to defend against this attack, and his body was pierced through. He immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist. No, Elder. The infernal goddess cried out loudly, and her eyes were filled with endless hatred. She gave Yi Fan a look, and then did everything she could to break out of the encirclement. You still want to leave? Yi Fan continued to draw his bow, gathering the power of the killing formation. His entire body released endless golden light, and he was like a sun that illuminated the heaven-broken mountain range. Wang! The second divine arrow shot out, carrying with it a heaven-overflowing killing intent. Waves after waves of raging waves beating against the shore sounded, and the power was tremendous. Even the clouds in the distance were scattered, and the heavens collapsed. Ah! The infernal goddess other Tao protector tried to block it, but the fate of having his body torn to pieces was still the same. The divine arrow's power was boundless. As long as the Wuxia's formation was present, it could simply kill gods and slaughter Buddhas. If I survive today, I will definitely make you pay the price of blood, 10 times the amount. You and I cannot live under the same sky. The infernal goddess swore a heavy oath. Her beautiful face was full of resentment, and killing intent lingered around her body. You have no hope of survival. Today, your name will forever be erased from this world. Yi Fan continuously drew his bow. Streak after streak of divine radiance pierced through the heavens, and the Tao protectors at his side were all shot dead. Ah, no! The infernal goddess screamed with disheveled hair, but she couldn't change anything. Yi Fan drew his bow and shot the ultimate 9 arrows. At this time, his body swallowed and spat out a sea of killing intent, which gathered into arrow light. His body seemed to be cast from gold, and his killing intent was shocking. Pfft! The infernal goddess screamed miserably. The 9 arrows shot over at almost the same time, piercing through her body and causing her to collapse on the spot. White bones and flesh splattered in all directions. Murderous cries shook the heavens in the wilderness. A life and death battle was going on, but the people were still shocked by this scene. They were all stunned. And you? Yi Fan discovered the mortal world's divine child in the sea of killers. His eyes were cold, and he released a murderous aura as he drew his bow again. No! Many people shouted, but they couldn't stop him at all. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. The Tao protectors of the mortal world's divine child were shot dead one after another. All of them lost their lives, and not a single one survived. He howled like a wounded lone wolf, and his eyes were cold. The divine children and goddesses of the 2 divine dynasties were born to kill the various monarchs. They were innately powerful, but in the Wuxia's killing formation, they had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. You can go on your way too. Yi Fan attacked mercilessly. Pfft! The mortal world's divine child's face was full of malevolence and unwillingness. Murderous intent filled the sky, but he couldn't change the outcome. A flower of blood bloomed between his brows. A light arrow pierced through and came out from the back of his head, bringing with it a spray of blood and brain matter. Red and white dyed together like a brilliant peach blossom, but it was filled with the smell of blood. Ah! He let out a final mournful howl, and then his whole body exploded. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Chapter 888. The blood-soaked heaven-broken mountain range was filled with the cries of ghosts and wails of gods. A hellish dirge rang out as blood rained down. This place was like purgatory in the mortal world. The wails of ghosts rang out, echoing through the black-colored mountain range. It was unknown how many people died. Their lives were even more worthless than grass, falling one after another. In the center of the heaven-broken mountain range, the sounds of killing shook the heavens. However, in the outside world, nothing could be seen. Boundless killing intent mixed together with primal chaos, transforming into a sea of killing that locked down the central region, causing the hearts of everyone to palpitate. In the battlefield, things were far more terrifying than what people imagined. This place transformed into a battlefield of death. Experts fell one after another, their snow-white bones were stained with traces of blood, a ghastly sight to behold. Wuxia's killing formations were unparalleled. 9 of them stood side by side, shooting out beams of killing light in all directions. Numerous corpses fell from the sky as numerous cultivators were killed, transforming into a mist of blood. The black-colored broken mountains were all connected together. Each of them was covered in a thick layer of blood and shattered bones, causing people to tremble with just a single glance. Not a single body was left intact. And all of this was still continuing. The battle hasn't ended yet, the slaughter was still ongoing. Everyone's eyes were red from killing. It was impossible to talk about peace, they could only fight to the death. Arg! A world overlord from the mortal world screamed. The hope of the ancient god dynasty, the god-child, had died. His primordial spirit was pierced by a divine arrow and his body was blasted apart. Such violence caused him to howl in anger, but there was nothing he could do. Activate the mortal world killing formation. Another world overlord roared. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. He could only fight with his life on the line. There were a total of 3 world overlords in the mortal world. They each commanded their subordinates to form their sect-guarding grand formations. Killing intent permeated the air, causing the entire world to turn hazy. They wanted to forcefully break out of the encirclement. However, it was useless. Before the 9 Wuxia formations, they were like moths flying into a flame, dripping with blood as they fell unceasingly. Their corpses fell in droves. Yi Fan stood in the center, facing the enemies in all directions. He wielded the myriad slayer's bow and unceasingly shot out arrows, killing one enemy with each arrow. This was a terrifying deterrence that specialized in killing experts. Ah, a world overlord screamed. Under the pressure of the 49 arrows, his defense was finally broken through. An arrow pierced through his temple, causing him to spurt out a large mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground, never to get up again. His body had already turned into a dismembered corpse. The power of Wuxia's killing formation transformed into divine arrows with unparalleled destructive power. Even a king of the Dao's severing realm would find it difficult to block them. Wu, Monkey swung his cudgel and swept across the army. More than 1,000 assassins were crushed into meat paste by the black metal cudgel. They let out a series of tragic cries and died a violent death. Duanda did not kill. He focused on operating the heaven-devouring demonic cover above their heads, blocking the occasional Dao laws and killing rays. Kill. Hell's people also slaughtered their way over. A total of 4 Hell overlords descended, leading experts like clouds. There was no end to this place, and there were corpses everywhere. Once the killing array was activated, even if you were a great hero, you would still have to hide inside. There was simply no way out. These people's resistance would only cause more casualties. In the past, we were both from the divine court of assassins, yet you all went back on your word and pushed the celestial court into the abyss, trampling it mercilessly. Your actions were too sinister. Let's pay for it with blood. Yi Fan activated the golden scepter, transforming it into a golden dragon that swept over. Broken bones and flesh coexisted, and bloody corpses piled up into mountains as they fell down in large numbers. The number 1 killing weapon of the celestial court had been revived. Its might was practically unstoppable, enveloping many assassins below. This was a great massacre where blood flowed like a river. And now, the celestial court has been reborn from the ashes and is a true divine court, different from the past. Yet, you all came again, wanting to get rid of me. In that case, all of you can be destroyed. Yi Fan stood at the center of the formation platform. His hands moved about, guiding the celestial court scepter. Under the augmentation of the Wuxia's killing formation, it was resplendent and dazzling. Everywhere it passed by, there was nothing else. Arg! The other 2 realm lords of the world of mortals screamed. Their bodies cracked and without any suspense, they turned into 2 lumps of bloody mist. The people beside them were also disintegrating. The scene was incomparably terrifying. Boom! With a shake of the scepter of the Heaven Court, the three groups of people from the mortal world, countless experts, were all killed and turned into a pool of blood and bones. Fresh blood splashed onto the black mountain below, drenching it in blood. In the end, the celestial court scepter turned back and entered hell. There were 4 hell lords and their subordinates there. After losing their sacred weapons, they were like wolves that had lost their fangs and claws. This was a massacre. Golden light swept across, and mournful cries rang out incessantly. The song of the dead from hell rang out. This was the banquet of the Demon King, a song of praise. The 4 powerful hell lords died a violent death, their corpses turned into fragments. Under the number 1 killing weapon of the celestial court, there was no hope of survival. It was a pity that they cultivated for 3,000 years, using killing to prove the law. Finally, they ushered in a great era where the laws of heaven and earth changed. After untold hardships, they succeeded in severing their Tao, yet they couldn't escape such a great calamity. In the end, they were killed. And behind them, there was no need to even mention those disciples. All of them were turned into fragments. Countless people were chopped into pieces, all of them dead. The people from the 2 ancient divine courts of assassins were all killed. The number of people on this broken mountain immediately decreased by more than half. In an instant, the place became much more deserted. Even the sounds of battle became weaker. The scene on the broken mountain caused people's hair to stand. They didn't dare to look at it. Broken bones, severed limbs, heads, blood dyed everything. Yifan stood at the center of the formation platform and swept his gaze over everyone. After that, he looked up at the sky and said, "It's your turn now." Above, there was a huge golden crocodile that was over 10,000 zhang in size. There was also a black demonic shadow that was even taller than the broken mountain. These were the greatest enemies he wanted to eliminate this time. Is this the ancient star that all the sages have been searching for? This is truly unexpected. They have left behind too many things. The formation patterns are so terrifying. The demonic voice reverberated like thunder, rumbling in the broken heaven mountain range. The huge golden crocodile that was over 10,000 zhang in length circled. It passed through the killing formations with great difficulty, and was about to dive over. Chang! All kinds of killing lights appeared, and several killing formations displayed their might at the same time. Yifan didn't dare underestimate this kind of existence. A wisp of his divine sense traveled through the galaxy with them. Just thinking about how they had cultivated to this level after more than 20 years was terrifying. Not far away, on another formation platform, the large black dog shuddered, and said, "Fortunately, it was formed from a wisp of primordial spirit, and not its main body. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. As expected of a foreign divine spirit. Is it very powerful? What level is it?" Pang Bo asked from the side. Its main body is most likely difficult to estimate. Since it has the techniques of foreign divine spirits, it definitely won't be easy to deal with, the Black Emperor said solemnly. Who cares what it is? 9 killing formations, activate together. Let's kill it. Pang Bo shouted fiercely. Kill. Yifan, Pang Bo, the Black Emperor, and the others activated the 9 formation platforms together. Wisps of Great Emperor Wu Shi's killing intent soared into the sky, scattering all of the blood mist. Clang, clang, killing intent surged, and chaos surged. Countless sword chi slashed horizontally, slashing the golden crocodile until it was drenched in blood, almost shattering it into pieces. Its body faded, and it transformed into the height of a person. It displayed a secret technique that had never been heard of before, and it drew out a starry sky, wanting to forcefully separate the void. It's useless. This is the Great Emperor killing formation, and all techniques are ineffective. The Black Emperor relaxed. Then, with a bark, he began to do his best to subdue that barbaric bull. He used divine chains of order to restrain the king of the Herculean bull demon race, and said arrogantly, "My battle pet, submit to me. Follow by the side of the great black emperor, and your future will be filled with light." The barbaric bull roared loudly. How could it possibly submit? The barbaric bull wave was deafening, and it roared furiously. If there were no formation patterns, it would have been able to smack the large black dog to death with a single hoof. Boom! The 10,000 zhang large crocodile turned into human form. Brilliant light shone brilliantly, and Buddhist chanting sounded in its surroundings. It was as if there were 3,000 golden arhats chanting sutras. A golden ancient temple floated up and down, protecting it within and blocking the many killing lights. All types of ancient symbols appeared, covering the surface of the temple and blocking the killing lights. This is a forbidden artifact that belongs to the Buddhist sect. The Black Emperor couldn't help but pay attention to it again. The so-called forbidden artifact could only be used a few times before it would be destroyed. However, it possessed indescribable power, and the divine treasures within it would be difficult to refine unless it was a world-shocking great sect. This forbidden artifact was extremely special. It was a golden ancient temple, and all types of Tao patterns flowed about it. It possessed astonishing defensive power, and it emitted a dignified and divine aura. Buddhist chanting resounded through heaven and earth, as if there was a Buddha at the center of the ancient temple giving a sermon. Many Buddhists were making a pilgrimage below, chanting sutras in worship. It had to be said that this golden crocodile was extremely powerful. At this moment, it had transformed into a deity, standing at the center of the ancient temple. There were bodhisattvas, arhats, and other corpses beneath its feet, and 5-colored blood dripped down. This was a wondrous scene that represented the events of the past. It made Yi Fan suddenly realize something. He had seen it before during the great battle against Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei, and it seemed like it was done by the crocodile back then. It was truly powerful. Formidable. Even though this crocodile was suppressed by the Sakyamuni Buddha, it comprehended an extraordinary Tao after combining with the Buddhist laws. Duanda said in astonishment. It isn't its main body, so there is no need to fear it today. Yi Fan said. He revived the 9 killing formations and activated the celestial court scepter, smashing downwards. Hong! An intense collision occurred. Even the Buddhist sect's forbidden artifact couldn't block it. The golden crocodile roared, and that ancient temple slowly cracked apart. It looked like it was about to collapse. Pang Bo, Monkey Bro, go outside the formation to look for Li Xiaoman and Hua Yunfei. They most likely didn't enter, kill them without mercy if you see them. Yi Fan transmitted sound, handing over the infernal divine sword that was dripping with blood to Pang Bo. Then, he had Qi Luo accompany him to chase after the crocodile. Roar, the divine will of the great completion Saint Physique finally made its move. 108 scarlet stones revolved around his body like holy weapons, blocking the killing light and resisting the Wuxia formation. This is the soul blood stone, it is extremely rare. Legend has it that it can only be found in the outer space. Duanda was astonished. This kind of stone was the ghost saint's favorite. It could increase their soul power and refine them into terrifying weapons. The malicious spirit was incomparably huge, even taller than a mountain. Lu Yunji and Wang Yan stood on its shoulder, each activating their forbidden techniques, turning into a rain of light that sprinkled onto the soul blood stone. No harm. Yi Fan shook his hand and activated the 3 killing formations he had taken back from the southern desert. A total of 12 formations were activated together. Hong! The murderous aura became even more intense, drowning the broken sky mountain range. It was as if the heaven and earth were being split apart, and the primal chaos waterfall poured down. The Black Emperor revealed a fanatical expression and said, "Only like this can there be a trace of the true appearance of the Wuxia killing formation." Roar, the ancient temple that protected the golden crocodile collapsed and finally turned into fragments. The crocodile's incarnation was slashed into pieces and suffered serious injuries. At the same time, half of the malicious spirit's 108 soul blood stones were crushed into powder. Its body shook violently as it roared again and again. On its shoulder, Lu Yunji and Wang Yan screamed, full of hatred towards Yi Fan. They didn't think that even the malicious spirit would be in danger when it personally came. In the broken sky mountain range, the other enemies screamed again and again. All kinds of broken bones and blood splattered all over the broken mountain and flowed down the black mountain. It was as terrifying as purgatory. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He held the wand slayer bow and aimed at the two on the malicious spirit's shoulder. What else do you have to say now? You won't live for long. Swish. Swish. Yi Fan directly drew his bow. Two resplendent beams of golden light shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The two people's bodies were destroyed, and only two heads tumbled down. You are still too inexperienced. The golden crocodile roared and appeared in front of the formation platform with the malicious spirit. It was unknown what kind of secret technique they used, but they were swallowing and spitting out killing light. Their bodies were about to shatter, but they still managed to get close. Your body has finally matured. It is time to belong to me. The malicious spirit's voice caused one's scalp to go numb. Is that so? Yi Fan sneered. A small cauldron flew out from between his brows and flipped over. It poured down an immeasurable amount of fire, and the 9-colored flames submerged everything in front of him. Ah! A mournful scream rushed into the 9 heavens and into the 9 underworlds. Chapter 889. The 9-colored flames entwined around like mist, binding the black demonic mountain-like malicious spirit and drowning the golden crocodile. This was a fatal attack. This kind of flame could even burn saints, let alone 2 existences that had been suppressed for more than 2,000 years and were no longer at their peak. Ah! The golden crocodile screamed miserably. He was a primordial spirit, so he was terrified of this kind of flame. He was burnt to a crisp on the spot. As for the malicious spirit, it was roaring even louder. It was a nether soldier, born from a strand of evil will. It was most afraid of extreme yang lightning and divine flames, so it struggled fiercely. The 2 terrifying existences were both struggling, but no matter how great their divine abilities were, they were still frightened by this kind of divine flame. They were not at their peak, so this was fatal. Dang! The sound of the bell was long and drawn out. A golden bell appeared above the crocodile's head. It was the only thing that was preserved from the golden temple. At this moment, it covered his body as he rushed into the sky, away from the flames. However, it was too difficult to escape. The Wuxia's killing formation swept out, and the white billows rolled out. The bell was full of holes and was on the verge of collapse. My flesh shell, you have exceeded my expectations, but you still cannot escape from my palm. The divine thought formed by the great completion divine physique roared. His demonic mountain-like black body quickly shrunk. Clang! It was as if a mountain had appeared and suppressed the scene. An incomplete 9-orifice stone man appeared. He turned into a black light and rushed inside. The 9-colored flame was burning, but the stone man did not melt immediately. It could clearly hold on for a moment, which was fatal. He rushed over with one step. Clang! The Wuxia's killing formation displayed its might. The 12 formation platforms released a blinding light at the same time. Murderous intent and primal chaos burst out at the same time, almost breaking the 9-orifice stone man into pieces. However, its methods were heaven-defying. It spat out a black light, smashing a dozen soul blood stones and repairing it in an instant. It closed in amidst the murderous light. Yes, the one who attacked the great Xian mountain was indeed Lu Yunji. He activated this 9-orifice stone man, Yi Fan muttered to himself. Zheng! Sparks flew everywhere from the 9-orifice stone golem. It was on the verge of shattering. However, the black light and the soul blood stone were continuously repairing it. It looked like it was about to reach Xiaochen. Don't be afraid. 90% of his cultivation was destroyed, and even his Dao root was taken away. He's stronger than a king now, but he can't compare to a saint. Duanda said, activating the heaven-devouring devil lid to protect himself. Yifan snorted and used the Wuxia killing formation to activate the scepter of the celestial court to attack the 9 apertures Holy Spirit body that had not fully grown. Pooh! One of his arms was smashed. The divine will of the first-rate saint physique finally stopped repairing it. He turned into a ghost and began to dodge. I know, he should be very afraid of your sacred blood, let the scepter be stained with blood to kill him. Duanda shouted. Yifan nodded upon hearing this. His middle finger shot out a streak of blood-red light that dyed the scepter, and he continued to hack at the 9-hold stone Holy Spirit, emitting whistling sounds. You've miscalculated. For more than 20 years, I've been using the essence of the sun to temper my divine soul. I've almost gotten rid of the Yin spirit body, and I'm no longer unable to approach your body like before. Now is the time to take your flesh shell. The divine will roared and hid inside the 9-orifice stone golem. It was close to going crazy, and its roar shook the mountains and rivers. The 9-colored flames that filled the sky were shaken to the other side. He's still afraid. Slaughter him, the Black Emperor shouted. He exerted even more effort to activate the 12 formation platforms because he sensed danger. Boom! The golden scepter almost cut the stone golem in half. Rocks flew everywhere, and numerous Dao patterns were shaken out. All kinds of divine laws scattered down, and the spreading waves shattered the sky. It had to be said that when one reached a certain realm, even if one's cultivation was reduced, it was still incomparably terrifying. The golden crocodile and the divine will still had their battle experience and instincts. They passed through the Wuxia killing formation and avoided layer after layer of fatal attacks. The Wuxia killing formation was like a raging sea, and the 2 terrifying existences were like small boats that could beat them into the bottom of the waves at any time. However, they still didn't sink even after a long time had passed. In particular, the divine will was almost obsessed with Yifan's flesh shell. It was determined to obtain it, and it actually had the attitude of cutting off all means of retreat until it reached its goal. It rushed over several times. Awaken the memories of the past life, borrow the fruit of the past life. Suddenly, the black divine will let out a voice that sounded like a curse. This kind of demonic sound didn't transmit very far, but it passed through the Wuxia killing formation and reached every corner. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the 9-orifice stone golem collapsed, revealing that black malicious spirit. However, there was no Yin energy. Strands of golden multicolored light fell down from the top of his head and protected his entire body. At this moment, the divine splendor dyed his entire body golden, and he became incomparably holy. There was no longer a trace of Yin energy, and he became incomparably dignified. Rumble. More golden light surged out from the top of his head, and the terrifying aura caused people to tremble. Even the killing light and primal chaos from the Wuxia killing formation couldn't harm him. At this moment, the world was suffocating, and it was filled with a powerful pressure. It was as if a great emperor had been revived. Oh no, why does he have the aura of a great emperor? Quickly kill him, the Black Emperor shouted. His face was filled with fear. All of this had exceeded their expectations. The 12 Wuxia killing formations operated at the same time, consuming a vast amount of divine source essence and emitting a monstrous killing light. Moreover, the celestial court scepter and the goddess furnace also flew up and suppressed the golden divine will together. Roar, the golden malicious spirit shouted loudly. He suddenly stretched out a large hand and grabbed the golden crocodile that was dodging the killing light in the sky. Then, he pulled with both hands, and the crocodile immediately collapsed and turned into a blazing light. It was as if hundreds of comets were crashing down at the same time. Old ghost, you are indeed vicious to attack me. However, this is only a part of my primordial spirit. My divine embryo in this world and my main body on the ancient starry sky path will find you sooner or later to settle the debt. The golden crocodile roared, and the entire broken sky mountain range trembled. It was filled with hatred, but it was powerless to change anything. The blazing splendor filled the sky as if it was condensed from millions of stars. The golden malicious spirit had sacrificed the crocodile, and it turned into strands of Tao patterns as if it was summoning something from the netherworld. Then, his body became even more resplendent. The top of his head drew upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and he was as transparent as a piece of Tao bone. Tens of thousands of divine laws hung down. Boom! An overwhelming pressure spread out, and even the light from the 12 Wuxia killing formations couldn't harm him. At this moment, he seemed to have advanced to a mysterious realm. The aura of an ancient great emperor. The Black Emperor was horrified. No wonder that old monk said that the most difficult thing to deal with in this world was the will of a deity. He really was right. Duanda was also scared. It was very obvious that they all understood what was going on from the malicious spirit's curse. Awakening the memories of his past life and borrowing the Tao fruit of his past life, this was the recovery of a portion of the divine abilities of his past life's divine physique. The divine splendor cleansed the Yin energy. This was a divine physique that emitted boundless light. He was divine and dignified, and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling because of him. The murderous light from the 12 Wuxia killing formations couldn't harm him at all. They were all annihilated in front of his body, and all kinds of light blossomed like fireworks. His body was curled up by divine chains of order, and he was like an immortal phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. He possessed boundless divine might, and even the heaven and earth were crying for him. All kinds of auspicious lights and colors descended as if they were worshipping a supreme great emperor. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared. Even the scepter of the celestial court and the goddess furnace lost connection with the Wuxia killing formation and couldn't be activated. This was a terrifying scene. Even though the formation patterns were only a broken corner, they still possessed unparalleled destructive power. Even saints would be killed if they came, but at this time, there was no place for them to use their skills. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Yan Ishi, Li Tian, and the others felt their scalps go numb. This deity had 90% of his cultivation and his Tao root severed, so how could he still be so terrifying? He couldn't be defeated. This was what everyone felt. Not to mention them, even a group of ancestral kings wouldn't be able to do it. He possessed incomparable battle prowess and had the aura of an ancient great emperor. He has awakened the memories of his past life and borrowed the Tao fruit of a divine physique. After understanding all of this, they were close to despair. This was an existence that could contend against an ancient great emperor. He was invincible in the heavens and earth. Not to mention them, how many people throughout the ages could fight against him? Boom! In front of them, the golden physique trembled, and the last divine splendor descended from the crown of his head. He suddenly opened his eyes, and in that instant, it was as if heaven and earth were being opened. The world trembled and primal chaos surged. The 12 Wuxia formation platforms collapsed, and the formation patterns here were all destroyed. An unmatched battle intent rushed into the heavens, and through the reaction of the heavenly Tao, it instantly engulfed the entire eastern wasteland. At this moment, all life trembled. Everyone was apprehensive, as if they had arrived at a divine land and were facing a deity. It was unknown just how many creatures prostrated themselves. It's not that we didn't think it through, but rather that it's too strange and exceeded our expectations. Even if the various ancestral kings came, they would all die with a grievance. Let's go. Even the Black Emperor was terrified. He brought out the chessboard formation patterns that he had prepared a long time ago and was about to bring a few people to cross the void. That was also a corner of an emperor pattern. However, the instant the eyes of the godlike golden figure swept past, the chessboard formation patterns turned into powder and no longer existed. The divine might of the great completion saint physique spread out in all directions, causing the 9 heavens and 10 earths to tremble. At this moment, it was unknown just how many powerful existences were startled awake. They looked at the eastern wasteland's broken sky mountain range in disbelief. Through the heavenly perception and the great Tao, they wanted to understand the truth. Heavens, could it be that someone has proven their Tao? How could it be like this? What kind of powerful existence is this? The aura of an ancient emperor is spreading out. Even the powerful ancestral kings were shaken. They couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate, and their eyes were filled with fear. All the creatures in the entire broken sky mountain range prostrated themselves in this direction. From the ancient beasts that were several hundred zhang long to the ants, none of them could move at all. As for Yi Fan and the others, if not for the protection of the heaven-devouring devil cover, it would have been difficult for them to stand there. At this moment, they were completely submerged by the aura of an ancient emperor. The devil cover hummed as it was stimulated by this kind of powerful aura. It floated up and down on its own, sending down strands of immortal splendor to protect them. We're finished. At this moment, even a perfect emperor weapon won't be able to stop him. A great completion saint physique has awakened. Only the resurrection of a great emperor can deal with him, the Black Emperor said in distress. Duanda said, right now, we can only persevere. He won't be able to maintain this state for long. I heard from that old monk that Sakyamuni also avoided the sharp edge and didn't dare to face him head-on. It seems like he also encountered this kind of situation. Perhaps, we're not in danger. Yi Fan was in a daze as he stared at the great completion saint physique in front of him. He didn't feel any eeriness, only dignity and holiness. Kill them. This was the voice of a deity. However, another type of even more oppressive and irresistible divine will immediately suppress him. The great completion saint physique overlooked the mountains and rivers, and his eyes were filled with endless brilliance and sadness. I've returned to the great earth when I was alive. He softly said to himself. He was filled with endless disappointment and frustration, fearing that he would shatter this magnificent river and mountain. I've swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, reversing the reincarnation of heaven and earth. So what if I'm unrivaled in the heavens and earth? In the end, I'll have to face the ups and downs of the world alone. I'll have to witness my beauties grow old and die in peace. My loved ones and old friends will all turn into the earth to send them off. Only I'll remain immortal. I chose to leave this place, and after countless years, I'll finally die of old age in a foreign land. I brought with me invincible glory, but also endless sadness and melancholy. He said to himself sadly. The light in his eyes dimmed as he looked at the entire eastern wasteland. Chapter 890. With invincible glory and endless sadness, he watched his beauty grow old and his relatives turn into dust. In the end, he left this ancient star and died of old age in a foreign land after a long period of time. This was the latter half of the Saint Physique's life. It made people sigh with emotion. Behind the halo was sadness, loneliness, and loneliness. Everyone in the same generation had grown old and he was the only one left in this world. He is indeed one of the 9 great sage physiques. The Black Emperor said. At this time, the entire eastern wasteland was shaken. The various ancestral kings mistakenly thought that someone had proven the Tao. They were all horrified as they gazed at the central region's broken sky mountain range. Resplendent radiance, dignified aura, and the saint physique stood there, merging with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It formed an aura that made all living beings want to prostrate themselves in worship. Kill them. A weak divine will was transmitted from the Saint Physique's heart. Yi Fan, the Black Emperor, Duanda, Li Tian, and the others felt a chill run down their backs. Not to mention them, even the various ancestral kings would have to run. They couldn't resist. The majestic body turned around and faced Yi Fan and the others. Immediately, the heaven-devouring demonic lid made clanging sounds. Strands of immortal splendor fell down and curled around them. This was the reaction of an extreme emperor weapon. It gave birth to a sense of urgency and threat. No! A cry of despair echoed in the broken sky mountain range. It quickly weakened and then disappeared. The divine will was dissolved. The black malicious spirit's divine sense disappeared. It was ruthlessly crushed and purified by the saint physique. At this time, the aura of a great emperor filled the air. It shook the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. All living beings had spirits and had to submit. He had the will to rule the world. The great Tao poured down immeasurable brilliance. Strands and strands hung in the sky like waterfalls, surrounding this brilliant and blazing body. All directions were silent. Countless creatures kowtowed in this direction, carrying out devout worship. The malicious spirit has been killed. It's the same as dying by his own hands, Li Tian said with a trembling voice. This kind of peerless saint physique had great contributions to the world in the past. He will definitely eliminate the evil thoughts after his resurrection, even if it belongs to his own body, the Black Emperor said. He was more or less relieved. Awakening the memories of the past life and borrowing the Tao fruit from the past life were actually the malicious spirit itself. If it wasn't a summon that transcended time and space, no one would be able to live that long. Once the true self is awakened, the evil thoughts will naturally be purified. Duanda said. He dealt with ghosts all year round, so he had the most say. The eyes of the divine physique shifted, and a great peak immediately turned into flying ashes. A powerful ancient king bowed in this direction. He braced himself and said with a trembling voice, "I was just passing by this place and had no intention of offending the divine might." A powerful ancestral king was several dozen li away, but his body was trembling, continuously backing up, trembling with fear. Then, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. This kind of power shocked Yifan, Duanda, and the others. No wonder the heaven-devouring demonic lid above their heads was humming. It must be known that it was an emperor weapon. This weapon. I didn't have the fortune to see it when I was alive, but I've managed to see it after I die, the first-rate holy physique muttered to himself. In the end, his gaze fell on Yifan and he asked, "Has the inheritance of the sacred body been severed?" Yifan's heart was moved. He saluted seriously and said, "Senior, please bestow me the technique. Senior, please bestow us the supreme technique." Duanda followed suit, also wanting to obtain the inheritance. A beam of light flew over and sank into the space between Yifan's eyebrows. A clear Tao diagram appeared in his sea of consciousness, and he was instantly shaken. This was similar to the technique he had obtained in the past when he obtained the sacred body, but it was more specific and perfect. "I've obtained it before." He couldn't help but mutter to himself. The divine physique glanced over, and Yifan's heart was shaken. Everything he did in the Green Flood Dragon King's treasury and what he did in front of the stone coffin of the divine physique at the sacred cliff all appeared and were perceived by the godlike existence before him. The human race's inheritance of the sacred body requires divine will to pass through. After death, there are many paths that will be severed. You won't be able to find it through the corpse, the figure of light before him said calmly. "Senior, please enlighten me." Yifan saluted again. The corpse in the stone coffin on the sacred cliff was undoubtedly a person who had grasped the unblemished inheritance. However, he had died too long ago, and the secret technique from when he was alive couldn't be passed down flawlessly. After entering the saint realm, we can use this technique to recultivate every secret realm. This is the capital that makes our physiques invincible. After the divine physique finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. He looked at the mountains and rivers and sighed softly. Duanda, the Black Emperor, Li Tian, and the others all scratched their ears and cheeks. They couldn't sit or lie down in peace. They all saluted one after another, saying that they would like to ask the senior for guidance and for him to pass down a Tao technique. Evil thoughts were born after death. Is it because I didn't pass down the unblemished technique? I have an unfinished mission. Now that I have returned to this land, it is finally complete. The divine physique sighed and took a step forward, walking into the distance. Senior! Yi Fan and the others all shouted, but the divine physique didn't respond at all. He took a step forward, and the mountains and rivers shook. The wind and clouds changed, and the great Tao interacted with each other, giving rise to all kinds of strange phenomena. Heavens, just how powerful is he? Not even great emperors of the past can compare to this, right? The Black Emperor was shocked. In the distance, a true dragon soared into the sky, an immortal phoenix circled about, a black tortoise opened up a path. Streaks of auspicious brilliance and divine splendor formed a great golden path. The great sage walked on it, disappearing into the horizon. Only Tao light flickered, turning into 9 heavens thunder. Even heaven and earth produced strange scenes for him, acknowledging his unmatched Tao fruit. This was rarely seen throughout the ages, and not many people could accomplish this. Where is he going? Hurry and chase after him. Duanda said. The memories of the divine physique's past life were unlocked. That was a boundless immortal treasury. If they could obtain it, it would be equivalent to robbing an emperor's tomb. However, they couldn't catch up at all. The great sage took a step forward, and the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers all moved in reverse. Tao patterns appeared beneath his feet, and a single step took him hundreds of thousands of li, disappearing in an instant. This type of speed was too terrifying, leaving everyone alarmed. His steps seemed to pierce through the void. That great golden path and all types of heaven and earth miraculous scenes followed him into the distance. Don't chase after him. Even if the various ancient kings came, they wouldn't be able to catch up to him. I think, he should want to see these familiar and magnificent mountains and rivers one last time, and then, he will disappear. Yi Fan said softly. He understood this type of state of mind, and it was precisely this type of sadness. That day, the eastern wastelands were greatly shaken. All creatures trembled, as if they sensed the departure of an ancient great emperor. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't bow in that direction. The divine physique continued forward, seeing many great wastelands. His eyes were filled with endless vicissitudes, as if he was recalling many things of the past. Then, he continued on foot, entering Undying Mountain. Not even the various archaic ancient kings dared to set foot here, yet he entered just like that. This shocked an ancient king who passed by indescribably, almost to the point of being stupefied. He entered Undying Mountain. When this news spread out, many ancient kings were stupefied. Several people in this region hurried over as soon as possible to see the results. Within Undying Mountain, there were large amounts of great black peaks. The great golden path beneath the feet of the great sage led straight to the central region. That place was surrounded by a mountain range, and mist curled about it. It was mysterious and unfathomable, and from ancient times until now, apart from great emperors, no one knew what it was. The headless knight who was guarding this place rushed over. All of the fine hairs on his body stood on end, as if he was suffering from an extremely great pressure. His entire body was about to split apart as he continuously retreated. Retreat, let him pass. Right at this time, at the center of Undying Mountain's most mysterious mist region, a cold and emotionless voice rang out. There was an unmatched dignity radiating outwards. The divine physique passed through the mist region at the center of Undying Mountain, walking on foot. It was as if he was reminiscing about the past. He stopped here for a moment and said, "This is the place where we fought before." Then, he walked into the distance step by step. Only after a long time had passed did a pair of eyes open in the mist region, staring at his retreating figure for a long time. In another direction, the 2 ancient kings who were chasing after him saw him pass through. Their bodies went cold, and they said to themselves with trembling voices, "He crossed over." A great golden path directly reached the northern region. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of li long it was. Immortal phoenixes danced in the air and true dragons coiled about. It was as if a celestial emperor was traveling. At this moment, all the saints in all directions sensed the aura of a great emperor through the heavenly Tao. There wasn't a single one of them who wasn't shaken. They were all intimidated. The divine physique looked at the mountains, rivers, and great earth. He entered the northern region and said to himself, "The ancient race has awakened. I actually saw this era. Is there hope for the immortal path to be opened? What a pity that I missed it." Immortal ascension, he felt a type of regret, but his eyes quickly blazed with brilliance. His battle intent split the heavens as he swept through the entire northern region. He walked forward step by step, heading towards the places where the blood energy was the most flourishing. He came. He's too fast. He didn't open the realm gates and directly walked over, yet he entered the northern region in an instant. The ancient kings were all shocked. His body really has the aura of an archaic emperor. The divine physique entered the northern region. All of the archaic clans were terrified. Everyone was in a state of confusion, and their hearts were at a loss. His first stop was the primitive lake, shocking all of the emperor clans until their fine hairs stood on end. Ancient imperial weapons floated up and down, ready to be activated at any time. What are we supposed to do? Does the human race really have a great emperor that hasn't died? Who could brave death and enter Origin Ancient Mind to invite an unmatched existence into this world? The people of the primitive lake were alarmed. They almost stopped breathing. The power of the divine physique was too great. He stood on their divine lake just like that, not moving at all. Resplendent radiance illuminated every inch of the lake. A moment later, they were on the verge of collapse. They finally released a breath of relief, because that terrifying human had left. It made them feel as if thousands of years had passed. Soon after, in front of the Fire Qilin cave, a human figure appeared. His back was facing the ancient cave, and a heaven-overflowing might was released from his body, shocking everyone until they were all terrified. What happened? A human great emperor is actually still alive. An hour later, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Divine Silkworm Ridge, and the other emperor clans were all horrified. That day, they all personally faced that human's unmatched might. The pressure was so great that they felt like they were suffocating. He entered the important lands of several great emperor clans alone, making every single clan tremble in fear. What kind of divine might was this? All of the archaic clans were alarmed to the extreme. In the end, the divine physique passed through the absolute beginning forbidden region, shaking up the entire northern region. The kings of all clans were all stupefied. Meanwhile, what shocked them the most was that the great golden path led all the way to Origin Ancient Mine. He walked over just like that. The Fire Qilin often came to the absolute beginning forbidden region, and now that he personally saw everything, he couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. He is going to enter Origin Ancient Mine? Chapter 891. The absolute beginning forbidden land was desolate and lacked vitality. It was a forbidden land that had existed since ancient times. Not many people dared to enter it. In particular, the ancient mine in the center was shrouded in a mysterious mist all year round. No one really knew what was inside. It was a taboo topic that could not be discussed. But now, a golden path spread out. No matter how the space distorted, how the domain surged, and how the great Tao crushed down, it was difficult to stop this immortal great Tao. A resplendent figure stood there, the sun and moon revolving around him. Stars revolved around him, and the true dragon, vermilion bird, and the other four symbols protected him. At this moment, his aura rose to the extreme. The great completion divine body seemed to be deeply aware of how terrifying Origin Ancient Mine was. He didn't hold back in the slightest, fighting intent splitting the heavens, completely operating all of the fighting strength he could currently display. Heaven and earth's great Tao rumbled. The entire eastern wasteland's heavenly Tao resonated with each other, releasing endless divine chains of order, all of them gathering on his body, descending above Origin Ancient Mine. It was as if he had sprouted wings and ascended to immortality, a divine chain appearing from every pore on his body, as if he was reborn through immortal flames. There were 81 true dragons, vermilion birds, and others of every type, surrounding it. Brilliant light shone, covering the heavens above and earth below, completely submerging this place. The Great Completion divine body took a step down the Great Golden Path, arriving in front of Origin Ancient Mine. This was a black-colored mine, devouring the essence of the sun, moon, stars, and all things in heaven and earth. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how many years it had been since a creature set foot in this place. This was one of the most terrifying restricted areas under the heavens. All races were forbidden from entering. Motherf * King Human King, do you wish to level the entire Origin Ancient Mine? A cold voice rang out from within the Origin Ancient Mine. The ancient mine that had remained silent for tens of thousands of years actually released a sound, making one's soul tremble. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake the world. This was an unimaginable restricted region. Years ago, Yi Fan and Yao Guang Saint's son had mistakenly entered the absolute beginning forbidden area. They were lucky enough to escape a calamity. They had watched this mine from a distance. That night, it had absorbed and released starlight, which had darkened the entire starry sky several times. They had seen some corpses wearing ancient clothes floating in the silver light like a waterfall. Now, the divine physique directly arrived in front of this ancient cave and gazed downwards, personally observing this most mysterious forbidden land from past to present. In the end, the great accomplishment divine body took a step inside, entering Origin Ancient Mine. Vermilion birds, true dragons, Chilants, and others surrounded him. Heaven and earth auspicious colors and other things descended together, bringing in all of the wondrous scenes. At the same time, he unleashed his own phenomenon. It was a phenomenon exclusive to a large success sage body. He entered the Origin Ancient Mine alone. Unfortunately, he had sunk into the ground, and no one could see him. Outside the absolute beginning forbidden zone, the fire Qilin was stunned. He stood in the sky and tried his best to open his heavenly eye, but he couldn't see anything. He only knew that the great perfection saint physique had disappeared. The other ancient kings were also here. Their heavenly eyes were even more terrifying, and they could see thousands of miles away. Through the mysterious mist of the absolute beginning forbidden area, they could vaguely see the divine physique entering the ancient mine. Everyone felt a chill run down their spine. He went in. That emperor of the human clan entered the ancient mine that exists forever with the world. Heavens! Does he really want to fight the supreme existence in the immortal mine? The restricted area of absolute beginning immediately became dusky, dark clouds covering the sky. It was as if a giant reversed the reincarnation of heaven and earth, making the Tao laws and other things here completely chaotic. Wang! Origin Ancient Mine trembled, taking in and sending out heaven and earth spiritual essence. Stars actually appeared in the sky dome above. It was clearly daytime, but because of the great changes in this place, there were endless stars flickering about. Hong! Endless stellar radiance gathered together, forming a boundless white expanse. It was as if primal chaos was falling down, all of it entering the ancient mine. It was just like what Yi Fan saw that night. The restricted area of absolute beginning entered darkness. Only the ancient mine was bright, within the boundless stellar radiance, mysterious and terrifying. All of the ancient kings in the horizon shivered inwardly, releasing a breath of cold air. They saw a few void figures that rose and fell in the stellar radiance. Some of them were corpses, some of them seemingly alive. That type of ancient clothing made their scalps go numb. Are the human race's emperors fighting in the ancient mine? Origin Ancient Mine took in and sent out the essence of heaven and earth. There was terrifying power surging, all types of great Tao laws appearing, interweaving there, forming an expanse of immortal light. More than 100,000 years ago, there was a great battle outside the restricted area of absolute beginning, but they didn't enter the ancient mine. Now, their long-cherished wish has been fulfilled. This place is formidable, defying the natural luck of heaven and earth. The voice of the great completion divine physique rang through the ancient mine. It was as if he was taking a stroll, observing every corner. It was regretful, because no one knew what he saw. In the outside world, they could only see that origin ancient mine was like a heaven-opening ancient beast. Each time it took in and spat out, the world would become pitch black, as if it would swallow all of the stars in the sky. After a long time had passed, it would spit out again, restoring brightness. Meanwhile, between heaven and earth, all of the essence energy would be sucked dry. Right now, all of the eastern wasteland's essence and Tao mark seem to have gathered here, making all of the ancient kings tremble with fear. Even if it is the human race great emperor, he still cannot provoke and be rude like this, entering deep into origin ancient mine. Are you trying to start a war? An ancient voice sounded, cold and emotionless, possessing a dignity that made all life tremble. Let him go, there is no need to fight. He isn't a living person, unable to exist in this world for a long time. If he takes away half of his life, then it really isn't worth it. Another ancient voice sounded, as if it had just woken up from a deep slumber, not a trace of emotion fluctuating. The ancient mind became quiet again, not a trace of noise left. It was just as quiet and mysterious as before. Only the great completion divine physique was walking about alone. He was like a lonely traveler. With a sigh, it resounded through the entire immortal mine. He bathed in divine splendor, irregular scenes curling about him. He didn't take the initiative to take action. No one knew what he saw. He lingered about underground alone, and only after a long time did he turn around. He stepped on the void, arriving outside the mine. Behind him, a pair of eyes opened, looking at his rear figure. They were ice-cold and emotionless, as if the 7 emotions and 6 desires had been erased, severing all emotions in this world. Who wishes to fight against me? The great completion divine physique said to himself. He stood at the entrance of origin ancient mine, not turning around, standing there without moving. In the immortal mine, that pair of emotionless eyes became even more dazzling, severing all emotions and desires. It was as if it had experienced endless reincarnations, staring at him without blinking. Let him leave. Another voice said. Outside the absolute beginning forbidden region, all of the ancient races were stunned. That human whose entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns walked out from the immortal mine. Every single one of them shivered inwardly. He entered origin ancient mine safe and sound, returning alive. This made the ancient race's various ancient kings feel that this was inconceivable, their souls shaken. After the great completion divine physique came out from the immortal mine, he felt a bit disappointed and frustrated. He shook his head, as if he suddenly understood something. In the end, he turned around and gave everyone a final look before turning around to leave. The heavenly Tao rumbled. The great golden path beneath his feet reappeared, reaching outside the forbidden region. He entered the divine city, standing in the sky for a long time. His eyes suddenly blazed with brilliance, passing through who knew how many tens of thousands of li, separately shooting towards the various important places of the archaic great king clans. At this moment, all of the ancient races were trembling with fear. Not a single person dared to resist. Just how powerful was this power? He was in the divine city, yet he carried out this type of intimidation. It was as if the heavens were crushing down. Regardless of whether it was the nest of 10,000 dragons, Fire Chilan Cave, or Primitive Lake, they all felt as if they were facing a deity. Was this a warning? The various races were truly terrified. A long time ago, the various races still looked down on the human race, acting high and mighty. Even after the Jade Lake meeting, there were still many ancient races who were unconvinced. There were some among them who didn't believe that great Emperor Wuxia was still alive. And now, A human who was powerful to an unfathomable degree stood above the divine city, his might sweeping through the various races, making them feel like they were suffocating. There was no way they wouldn't believe this. This was the aura of a true ancient emperor. In an instant, it covered the entire northern region. All legends could be fake, but only when one personally witnessed it would it be real. This was the first time the various ancient races felt so insignificant. Such a person could flatten them all. The ancient emperor is still alive? Who exactly is he? Many ancient creatures trembled. He went to the forbidden region of absolute beginning and returned unharmed. Who is willing to brave death and enter to ask for guidance on what exactly happened? Unfortunately, not a single person was willing to go. Only the fire Qilin remained at the border of absolute beginning. All living things coexist, there is a reason for their existence. The divine physique softly muttered to himself, but the fluctuations were like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploding in the sky above the various king races, causing them to shiver. Everything that Yi Fan, the white-robed divine king and the others had done before, as well as the various schemes they had laid down, was far less intimidating than the suppression brought about by the appearance of the divine physique. Boom! A beam of golden light flew up from above the divine city, passing through the entire eastern wasteland and reaching the southern region. The towering immortal light disappeared, and the divine physique walked on foot, disappearing in an instant. In a short moment, he arrived in the southern region from the northern region, descending on the great earth. All the experts who learned of this through the celestial perception felt their hearts tremble. What kind of method is this? He went from the northern region to the southern region in just a few steps. What kind of divine ability is this? No wonder the ancient emperors were able to travel between star domains alone. At this moment, even the saints were scared and couldn't help but tremble. On this day, the ancient race was scared to the extreme. It could be predicted that in the future, they would definitely lower their stance and would no longer dare to look down on the human race. In their eyes, this was a living existence like an ancient emperor. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers, and his might could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine physique entered the southern region. Some people guessed that he went to the forbidden ancient land, and some people said that he entered the bronze immortal palace. The moment he landed on the ground, all of his aura disappeared, and no one could sense him anymore. No one knew that he had arrived in a mountain range. The sky was filled with pure white flowers as he moved forward. Each one was snow-white and flawless, flowing with a faint fragrance. In the depths of this mountain range, there were some mounds that were much shorter than the mountain range. Upon closer inspection, some of them looked like tombs. However, most of them had already been destroyed and almost no longer existed. They were dilapidated and desolate. The pure white petals scattered down and landed in front of this collapsed mound. The divine physique's eyes turned, and it seemed as if it had been thousands of years. His expression dimmed, and there was a kind of sadness. "I've come to see you." He stood in front of a collapsed mound and muttered to himself, "I can pluck the stars and capture the moon. I can shatter the starry sky, but I can't let you live. I've kept your immortal appearance, but I can't keep that wisp of your soul." He stood there silently for a long time and walked towards the other mounds that were about to be obliterated by the passage of time. Something like tears flickered in his eyes as he said, "My old friends who once fought shoulder to shoulder with me, my comrades, I've come to see you." The world had changed, and the cemetery he had personally built had long since sunk and disappeared. The brothers who had once gone through life and death with him, his old friends, and his confidants were all resting here. "I've returned. I won't be separated anymore. I'll be with you all forever." In the end, the divine physique turned into a rain of light that fluttered about and entered this mountain range. The rain of light sprinkled into the graves of his confidants and fell into the graves of his old friends who had fought shoulder to shoulder with him. Chapter 892. The Great Completion. Saint Physique turned into a rain of light. Bit by bit, it entered the mound and disappeared into the wilderness. The world didn't know that he had ascended to heaven. At the same time, Yi Fan's primordial spirit trembled. The light from the great completion saint physique dimmed and finally disappeared. He has left this world. Yi Fan stood on the broken black mountain and remained silent. He could foresee the ending of the great sage. After seeing the magnificent mountains and rivers, he would finally leave this world. Looking back after hundreds of thousands of years, standing in front of the graves of his comrades, old friends, and confidants, he would feel sad. He would watch them grow old one by one and leave this world. In the end, he would bury their bones with his own hands. Yi Fan thought of many things. Would this also be his life? Half a life of glory and half a life of loneliness. Would he watch Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others grow old one by one and be buried for them? This kind of ending was too sad. He didn't want this kind of ending. If such a day really came, how would he face it? At this moment, he truly felt the sorrow of the great completion saint physique. He watched the people around him walk towards the end of their lives, bid farewell to the people he had once fought shoulder to shoulder with, and watched them return to the earth. What kind of sadness was this? Yi Fan thought of these scenes and couldn't help but shiver. Then, he slowly came back to his senses. The only thing he was happy about was that that day was still far away. What are you thinking about? Yan Yishi asked. Yi Fan quickly collected his thoughts. The great completion saint physique was a mirror. It reflected his past life and indirectly reflected his life. It's a pity that he left just like that. He's an existence that could compete with the ancient emperors. Missing him is like missing a tomb of immortals. It's an immeasurable loss for those who want to research the past of the emperors. Duanda gritted his teeth. Not long after, the monkey and Pang Bo returned. They had chased for 30,000 miles and only saw some traces left by Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. They couldn't fight with them. What happened here? Just now, the aura of the ancient emperors filled the air. It was too terrifying. We couldn't even move from afar, Pang Bo said. Yi Fan recounted what had just happened, and Qi Luo was so shocked that he was tongue-tied and speechless. He repeatedly said that it was terrifying and a pity. The great battle here had completely ended. No one knew how many enemies had been killed, and the 12 Wuxia killing formations had reaped countless lives. Severed limbs, heads, shattered bones, and bloody mud were everywhere on this broken mountain. It was like an Azura's field. It's over. Yi Fan said to himself. Bloody mist pervaded the air, curling around the black broken mountain. It was full of a fishy smell that made one want to vomit. Crushed bones and flesh were piled up together, creating a ghastly sight. Within the broken Heaven Mountain range, there were many people who had not entered the central region. They had only come to watch. At this moment, the killing formation had already collapsed, and they gathered their courage to approach. All of them felt their hairs stand on end, and a chill ran down their spines. The black broken mountain was dyed red by the blood. That cruel scene made everyone's heart jump and their hair stand on end. A few less courageous people let out strange cries and quickly retreated. The scene here was too terrifying. How was this the human world? It was clearly a true purgatory. Many people at the foot of the mountain were dumbfounded. They saw streaks of blood flowing down the black mountain, flowing from the clouds all the way to the base of the mountain. This kind of terrifying scene shocked everyone. In the broken Heaven Mountain range, every black mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall. This was the blood flowing down from the flattened mountain peaks. How many people had to die to create such a terrifying scene? There wasn't a single person who wasn't scared. They felt a chill run down their spine, and even their hair stood on end. Even if they didn't fly up, they knew that the area above had definitely turned into a bloody killing field. Many people were rejoicing that they didn't enter. Otherwise, they would have most likely turned into blood and flowed down the mountain, becoming one of the many corpses. This battle shook the world. On this day, the 5 regions were shaken. At this moment, the ancient races were in a panic. Yifan's slaughter covered the land with corpses and dyed the broken Heaven Mountain range red. At the final juncture, a human emperor even appeared. He entered Undying Mountain and Origin Ancient Mine, intimidating the various great kings like a legend. A violent storm swept through the entire great earth. Everyone was shaken, and not a single person could remain calm. Yifan, Pang Bo, and the others crossed the void and immediately returned to Heavenly Village. They didn't want to experience anything unexpected in this storm, so they quietly observed everything in the outside world. A haze rose in the hearts of the various ancient tribes. The great human emperor was like a great mountain pressing down on their hearts. Even the ancient road ancient kings were afraid. Who dared to go to Origin Ancient Mine to seek confirmation and ask what happened? There was not a single person. The ancient races didn't dare to set foot there, not even the ancient princes. Apart from the Fire Qilin, ordinary people didn't even dare to approach the forbidden region of absolute beginning. Not a single person was willing to risk their lives to have an audience with a legendary existence. The human race was seething with excitement. They released a breath of relief. The aura and divine might of the great emperor that day made everyone establish a type of conviction. The human race was the master of this great earth, and they didn't fear the might of the myriad races. Many people predicted that a truly peaceful era had arrived. It was no longer a piece of paper, no longer something to worry about. They believed that for a very long time, there really would be no saints under the heavens. Is it Great Emperor Wuxia? It doesn't seem like him. His style of doing things is different. Who can say for sure? In any case, the human race still has an emperor alive. This is an indisputable fact. The various ancient tribes were all bitter. A single person had intimidated them to the point where so many ancient kings didn't dare to speak or take action. What kind of power was this? The ancient king that had passed by Broken Heaven Mountain Range wanted to say something, but he discovered that he really didn't hear it clearly. He was completely intimidated by the great sage's body. At that time, he was trembling with fear and didn't have any recollection of what happened. He erased the imprint in my heart. When he thought of the result, this ancient king was so frightened that he hurriedly went into seclusion, not daring to come out. In the following half a month, everyone was talking about the ancient great emperor. They compared him with the people of history and guessed his identity. There were also people who believed that there was someone in the present world who could prove his Tao. The commotion didn't cease. Everyone was discussing. The human great emperor wasn't someone that everyone could see. Living together with him for a lifetime was a type of great glory. There was no need to worry about being bullied by other races. During this period of time, the ancient races all became very low profile. They no longer had the arrogance of the past, and it was as if they had suddenly lost their confidence. In various places, the ancient races still appeared. No matter how illustrious their statuses were, there was no longer anyone who acted high and mighty, truly interacting with the human race as equals. The crocodile ancestor is the so-called deity from the outer realms. This ancient demon's strength is unfathomably deep. His true body is on ancient Mars star, and he has a divine fetus in this world. There will most likely be trouble in the future. In the heavenly village, Pang Bo, Li Tian and the others were discussing. Divine fetus, are you guys talking about him? The Black Emperor stretched out a large claw, and between the claw was a foot-long golden crocodile. He laughed like a big wolf and said, "Have you forgotten? He was almost eaten by this emperor here, so there's no way he will have a divine fetus. Not him, this is only a descendant of the crocodile ancestor." Yifan shook his head and said seriously. The crocodile ancestor was only a primordial spirit that came to this world with some descendants. The divine fetus formed on this ancient star shouldn't be a physical body. Yes, the primordial spirit can transform again and transform into a divine fetus. The demon race has such a heaven-defying great art that can reconstruct a second true body. Duanda said. There's such a saying? Even this old man has never heard of it. Qi Luo interrupted from the side. Duanda's expression was solemn as he nodded in confirmation. He had seen such a mural in an ancient tomb before. The primordial spirit could transform into a divine fetus, recreating a second life. If the original body died, this life could replace it. What a heaven-defying art! Pang Bo was astonished. The Black Emperor nodded and said solemnly, that's right, the demon race does have such a heaven-defying art. It has been lost for many years, and almost no one in the current world can use it. The divine fetus formed by this kind of art wasn't an incarnation. If it was truly successful, it would become a second self. Of course, there were advantages and disadvantages. Who would be the leader was a big problem. They might harm themselves and fight against the first true body because no one was willing to be someone else's shadow. The second true body of the crocodile ancestor is also the so-called divine fetus. It's related to Li Xiaoman. As long as we find her, we can kill her smoothly. Yi Fan said. There were 2 more people in the heavenly village. Wu Zhongtian and Jiang Huiran were rescued from the 9 Serenities mountain, and it was a true reunion of old friends. That was a place sealed by an ancient divine formation. Back then, they were chased to the point where there was no path to heaven and no door to earth. They mistakenly entered the formation and escaped. Now, they were finally free. When old friends met, they naturally had endless things to talk about. They drank and chatted merrily, reminiscing about the past. A month later, the commotion caused by the great human emperor finally calmed down a little. It was no longer as noisy as before. Many people started to think and no longer continued to pursue something. After the commotion caused by the great emperor, the murderous situation in the Broken Heaven mountain range immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussion. It was unknown how many people had died in this battle. The intestines of the 2 great killer divine dynasties were green with regret. The preparation started from the 5-colored altar. Everything was done by the human race's divine physique to lure the enemy into the trap. It was impossible to count how many people had died in the Broken Heaven mountain range. Fresh blood dyed the black mountains red and flowed to the foot of the mountains. It was incomparably horrifying. Everything was fake. He had no intention of leaving this world at all. He only wanted to eliminate the enemy. This battle caused everyone to feel uneasy and their internal organs to tremble. A long time had passed since the massacre, but it still caused many people to feel a chill down their spines. It was just too bloody. He killed people to the point where their hearts trembled. After this battle, not many people would dare to provoke the human race's divine physique in this era without saints. This was the thought in many people's minds. No one was not scared. Yi Fan had flattened the clan of the ancients, fought against the ancient killer divine dynasty, killed Yuan Gu, killed the goddess of hell, and shot the divine sons to death. The murderous situation dyed the Broken Heaven mountain range with blood. How many people would still dare to provoke such power? Heavenly Prince, a true man should keep his promise. This humble Daoist Yuanshi and junior brother Tong Tian are waiting for you in the divine city to deliver the enlightened T-Heart. On this day, the 2 Daoists announced in the divine city that the Heavenly Prince would keep his promise and deliver the wager from before. Clang! In the foreign battleground, a sealed ancient ship emitted a metallic sound as a wave of life came from inside. If Yi Fan, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi were here, they would definitely be shocked. This was the mysterious ancient ship they saw when they crossed over from Z-Wei. There's still a living great emperor in the northern Dipper Star region? The terrifying wave from a month ago had completely disappeared and never appeared again. Oh, Yuanshi Daoist and Tong Tian Daoist. Interesting names. A voice came from the mysterious ancient ship. Chapter 893. The divine city was still the same, the city walls like they were cast from tungsten iron, flickering with cold light. It had remained unbroken since the ancient times, the northern region center since the ancient times. Now that the various races of the northern domain had been revived, it was only natural that word from Daoist heavenspan and Daoist primeval would spread like wildfire. The heart of the Enlightenment ancient tea tree was a priceless treasure. Carrying it on one's body would allow one to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It was close to the order of the world and could aid one in comprehending the Tao. It was a rare treasure. The heavenly prince's face was ashen, but he had already said it. If he went back on his word, it would be quite a stain on his status as the Son of God. In the end, he reluctantly gave up and had someone deliver it to him. This was an old man, one of his Tao protectors. He came to a small tea house in the God City, took a deep look at Yifan and Pang Bo, and left behind a pendant. It was perfectly round and translucent, the essence core of the Tao comprehension tea tree. It was sparkling and translucent, streaks of patterns winding about it. It was innately connected to the Tao, producing a resonance. The undying heavenly emperor carved the Tao comprehension tea tree into a coffin, refining its essence core and leaving it for his heirs. It was difficult to find a second one in this world, a divine treasure of a fantasy level. I didn't think that the heavenly prince would really give it away. Pang Bo laughed heartily. He held it in his palm and observed it carefully. He felt as if he had connected with the Tao in that instant. I don't need it. You can keep it. Yifan looked at him and said, I don't need it. You can keep it. The hurdle of cutting the Tao was right in front of him. He had to rely on himself to realize the true sublimation of the Tao self. Neither the Bodhi seed nor the enlightenment tea heart were necessary. Pang Bo and Yifan had gone through thick and thin together. They had come to this world together, so naturally, he wouldn't stand on ceremony and brought it along with him. Is godly diviner's divination accurate? Can we really leave this world? Pang Bo asked. Over the past few days, the two of them had visited many friends because they were afraid of leaving at any time. That's hard to say. Maybe a few months, maybe a few years, or even a few decades before we can leave. Yifan frowned. In the next moment, they directly crossed the void and disappeared. They did not want to be followed and schemed against by the furious heavenly prince. God damn it, this stupid bird ate one more bite, it's a huge loss. In the village of heaven, the Black Emperor shouted loudly. Ji Ziyue, on the other hand, was all smiles as she gently stroked the furry little phoenix with her slender hands. It was only the size of a fist and was round and plump. Every single strand of its fur was golden and dazzling, exuding an oppressive aura. Chirp chirp, it was chirping softly as it soaked in the 9-aperture Holy Spirit fluid. It flapped its wings and seemed to be enjoying itself. Just now, it had even taken a mouthful of the divine fluid. Now, everyone could see its potential. At the very least, it could grow to the demonic sage realm. After the Ji family learned of the cause and effect, they naturally nurtured it at all costs. They got Ji Ziyue to bring a piece of divine material, in exchange for the psychic divine liquid of 9 orifices. This was a piece of flesh that was only the size of a finger joint. It was sparkling and translucent, possessing a type of undying fluctuation. Divine radiance pervaded the air, giving it an indescribably sinister appearance. However, Yifan, Pang Bo, the monkey, the Black Emperor, and the others felt a kind of trembling feeling in front of it. They couldn't help but want to kowtow to it. The strangest thing was that Duanda's heaven-devouring demonic jar was ringing. Don't tell me, this is the flesh of a great emperor. Li Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Even Qi Luo was alarmed and rushed over at the first moment. Yan Yishi, Li Heishui, and the others quickly surrounded them. All of them were filled with astonishment. Duanda rubbed his hands and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He said, "This is the flesh of a void great emperor?" "No." Ji Ziyue wrinkled her nose and rolled her eyes at him. Clang clang. The heaven-devouring demonic lid in Duanda's forehead struggled and flew out on its own. It hovered above his head and dropped down immortal radiance. This is definitely the flesh of an ancient great emperor. Even though the essence within has been completely lost, the extreme emperor weapon is still resonating. Could this be vicious corpse? Duanda was horrified. This is something brought out from the bronze immortal palace countless years ago. Ji Ziyue said seriously. Everyone's heart jumped, and they revealed a shocked expression. The Ji family's gift was truly great. Even though it was just a small piece of flesh, it was priceless. This was from the corpse of a great emperor. Not only could it be used to forge an immortal weapon, it could also be used for cultivation. The most precious part was the emperor pattern within it. If one comprehended it, they could benefit for a lifetime. The great emperor's power within it had naturally dissipated long ago. It had already been guided out by Ji clan. Otherwise, no one could approach it. It would make one's body collapse. Emperors were not to be profaned. The bronze immortal palace was shrouded in a mysterious halo. It would only appear once every several thousand to several tens of thousands of years. It could travel through the earth veins and appear at a different location every time. According to legend, there was the secret to becoming an immortal inside. However, no one could find the end. Since ancient times, almost all those who entered had died. Yi Fan and Ji Ziyue were fortunate enough to enter and obtained a great opportunity. With the help of the green copper piece, they collected the origin root of all life energy and returned alive. Meanwhile, the human race's genius Nangong Zheng also returned alive. This was one of the few survivors recorded since ancient times. Apart from this, there was also the great sage who returned alive. The others all turned into bones and perished inside. That great sage's harvest was the greatest. Unfortunately, he didn't have the life to enjoy it. Countless years ago, he was the only survivor and carried out some broken corpses from the bronze immortal palace. Unfortunately, not everyone could touch emperor corpses. Even if he was the great sage, he still couldn't. In addition, he didn't have much lifespan left to begin with. He passed away the day he carried them out. Many of the ancient sects in the eastern wasteland knew about what happened later. There were many rumors that the most flourishing holy lands divided the pieces of corpses. In the past, the ancestors in the family always denied it and said that it was just a rumor. Now, they finally told me the truth. Everything is true. Ji Ziyue said. The Ji family was the luckiest. They found a ring in the flesh. It looked ordinary and was made from a bronze piece. It was very rough, as if it came from the hands of a child. However, it was undying and had existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. It was even sturdier than a holy weapon and withstood the tempering of time. There were no Dao patterns on it, but it had a mysterious power that was hard to fathom. It could be called a secret treasure. Later on, a saint from the Ji family speculated that this was originally an ordinary piece of bronze. However, it was the most beloved item of that great emperor. It was worn by him for many years and received the nourishment of the great emperor's divinity. It might even be the sustenance of his spirit. It had already turned into an immortal treasure. Only an ancient great emperor had this kind of method to turn an ordinary piece of bronze into an immortal ring. It was eternal and full of divinity. Swoosh! A light flashed in Ji Ziyue's hand and an ancient ring appeared. It was indeed very crude and not exquisite at all, but it had an indescribable charm that could make any treasure dim in front of it. This ring was originally lost. Ji Ziyue found it in a corner of the family when she was young and played with it. At that time, it released strands of immortal splendor and alarmed the elders. Later on, a group of elders had a secret discussion and directly bestowed it to her, warning her never to lose it. Boom! The heaven-devouring demon cap seemed to have come to life. It released strands of extreme divine might and left Duanda's head. It quickly shrunk and floated above Jizue's palm. Everyone was shocked. However, what made them feel slightly at ease was that its divine might was restrained and did not harm anyone. It only made them tremble in fear. Does the corpse in the bronze immortal palace really belong to Vicious? Everyone was astonished. Yes. Duanda was trembling. He spoke of a shocking matter. Ever since he obtained the heaven-devouring demon cap, he would occasionally have nightmares. He would always see a rough ring and a devil mask. Now, after seeing this rough bronze ring, his fine hairs stood on end and he broke out in cold sweat. This was exactly the same as what he saw in his dream. Vicious Great Emperor's ring. When everyone heard this, they were all dumbstruck. This was indeed an immortal treasure. Without a doubt, Vicious was a miracle. He lived far longer than the other great emperors. He was reborn several times and lived more than 3 or 4 lifetimes. This was truly shocking. Are Southern Mountain's Heavenly Emperor and Ancient Chaos Great Emperor also ruthless? Pang Bo asked. Southern Mountain's Heavenly Emperor might be, but Ancient Chaos is definitely not. My celestial court has a great sage who has seen Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Qi Luo shook his head. There were too many secrets regarding Vicious. Some even suspected that he was still alive and had been reborn, existing forever with the world. Of course, there were even more people who objected because it was impossible for 2 great emperors to exist in the same lifetime. This revered great emperor had finally ascended to heaven. In my dreams, I often experienced the feeling of parting. Occasionally, I can see a blurry image of a little girl with braided goat horns sending off a young man and a group of people on a long journey. In front of them, there is a 5-colored altar. This was the main reason why Ji Ziyue showed this ring. She couldn't calm down after seeing this scene. Knowing that Yi Fan would leave, she couldn't help but tell him the secret of the 5-colored altar. In Ji Ziyue's dream, it was a very remote mountain village. The little girl came from a poor family. Her clothes were all patched up and even her shoes had toe holes. It was very pitiful. That youth was her only relative. They depended on each other. The devil mask was their only toy. There were no luxurious jewelry. To make the little girl happy, the youth used a bronze piece to make a ring for her. Even though it was very rough, the little girl treated it as a treasure. Later on, a group of people came and treated the youth as a genius. They took him away but shook their heads at the little girl's talent. No matter how she cried, they forcefully took the youth away. The little girl cried and ran away with her tattered shoes. The youth begged bitterly and the group finally agreed to let her send them off. Finally, they came before a 5-colored altar. The youth and a group of people, as well as many young geniuses, climbed up and were about to leave. No matter how much the little girl cried, she couldn't get close anymore. Before leaving, the youth took away the devil mask and left behind the ring. He waved at her and finally disappeared from the 5-colored altar. A few years later, the little girl grew up in the midst of hardship. She always guarded the altar, and one day, she saw many people returning. She disregarded everything and ran forward, only to see the skeleton of the youth. She was forcefully pulled away, unable to even look at it. She cried loudly, and from then on, she was never seen again. All the scenes ended there and never appeared again. This was the blurry scene that Ji Ziyue often dreamed of wearing the ring. That little girl was the future Empress Ruthless? Their hearts were undulating. No talent, a pitiful little girl. She was the future Empress Ruthless who shocked the ancients and dazzled the contemporaries? After they learned of this, they weren't shocked. Instead, they felt pity and sighed. Every time they faced the heaven-devouring evil jar and saw the expression of the devil mask that seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling, they couldn't help but feel bitter and infected. Many people guessed that it was an unforgettable experience for Ruthless. There were tears in the smile, beautiful memories in the bitterness, but they didn't expect there to be such a secret. In the eyes of outsiders, it might be an ordinary past, but it was the most precious thing in the little girl's life. It was a memory that Empress Ruthless could never forget. No one knew what happened after she grew up. That might be the beginning of her glory, sweeping through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, at least in the eyes of outsiders. But she didn't leave behind her own memories. What happened after that? No one knew. Ji Ziyue looked at Yi Fan and said softly, "I know you are going far away. Not long ago, I checked the geographical map and found the current location of the 5-colored altar in the dream." Chapter 894. What? 5-colored altar? Everyone present was shocked as they looked at Ji Ziyue. It should be in the middle continent. Ji Ziyue searched through the ancient books and found some clues. The scene in the dream was very similar to a place in the middle continent. The more she investigated, the more shocked she became. There was once a god dynasty in the middle continent called Yuhua. If it was still around, it might have been the #1 dynasty in the world. It was once at its peak. At that time, the other 4 god dynasties had yet to appear. More than half of the territory of the middle continent was under its rule. No one dared to disobey its orders. From the word Yuhua, it could be inferred that most of this dynasty was prosperous. They pursued the true meaning of longevity. Everything was for the sake of becoming an immortal. However, it fell apart overnight and was removed from this world. It was as if it had never existed. Even the ancient books didn't record it clearly. Ji Ziyue searched through the ancient books in the Ji family scripture pavilion and compared them to various ancient maps and the current mountain and river diagram. She discovered that the 5-colored altar in the dream was located next to the ancestral temple of the Yuhua god dynasty. The Yuhua god dynasty is so powerful. They have the 5-colored altar? Pang Bo was shocked. All the altars in the world had become ruins. No one could control them. I've heard of it too. This is an extremely powerful god dynasty. Back then, it was the #1 god dynasty in the middle continent. In the end, it really ascended. However, it didn't ascend to immortality. It turned into ashes. The Black Emperor said, "If you really want to leave, you can go to the ruins of the Yuhua god dynasty to take a look. Perhaps you can discover something." "That place is very mysterious," Ji Ziyue said softly. She didn't want him to travel far, but she still told him. There was a trace of dimness in her beautiful eyes. Yi Fan didn't know what to say. He looked at her beautiful eyes and wanted to comfort her. That might be a kind of hurt. He wanted to bring her to the other side of the starry sky, but just like him, she couldn't bear to part with her parents. Ji Ziyue forced a smile and said that she would look up at the starry sky every night to pray for him. When everything was fated, she would follow his footsteps and go to the other side of the starry sky to take a look. Clang clang, the heaven-devouring demon lid let out a wail as it floated above Ji Ziyue's palm. Immortal radiance fell down, resonating with the bronze ring. Strands of radiance could be seen connecting the two together. This kind of miraculous scene caused everyone to tremble. As expected of vicious relic, they were undoubtedly compatible and could fuse together. "Do you still remember what the little girl looked like in your dream?" Yi Fan asked. Ji Ziyue shook her head. Those scenes were too blurry, especially the little girl's face, which was even dimmer. She only remembered that she had a pair of big, bright eyes that were filled with tears. She had a ponytail and was no more than 3 or 4 years old. She was wearing tattered clothes and a pair of tattered shoes. Buzz! The void trembled, and a blurry scene appeared in front of them. The 5-colored altar had actually appeared. A little girl lost her shoes and rushed forward, crying, just to take a look at the skeleton. Bang! The scene crumbled, and then everything sank into darkness. There seemed to be a voice reverberating, not to become an immortal, but to wait for your return in the mortal world. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Was it vicious? She firmly believed that the youth would appear again. This was her obsession and also the most precious hope in her heart. She defied the heavens and lived for several lifetimes just to wait for the youth's return. Without the resplendent divine ring, it was still dim. One could imagine how she swept through the world and stood alone in the 9 heavens. She clearly stood at the peak of humanity, looking down on the reincarnation of the ancient times, but she wasn't included in her memories. The so-called glory of a great emperor, to her, was far from being comparable to the happy and bitter times of her childhood. Even if she was unrivaled in the world, she couldn't reverse everything of the past. In the end, everything dissipated, leaving only a ghostly face with tears on it. It seemed to be crying yet not crying, smiling yet not smiling. That was the heaven-devouring demon lid floating up and down. Ding! The bronze ring in Jizue's hand dimmed and entered her body. The 2 relics of Vicious separated by themselves and calmed down. Vicious was a great monarch who commanded respect and awe. The memory fragments of Vicious left Zhang Xian feeling complicated and indescribable. It was hard to describe what kind of feeling that was. Why do I feel that I have a great karma with Vicious? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He touched the items on his body. They were all related to Vicious. First was the myriad chi cauldron, which he had obtained from the bronze immortal palace. It was a priceless treasure that could prove the Tao. Next was the immortal dragon herb, which belonged to Vicious more than 200,000 years ago. Shi Yan had obtained the true dragon god liquid twice, and he still had some left. Other than that, there was also the immortal treasure map. It was obtained from the Chaos Dragon Lair. Even the sacred battle emperor had once possessed it. More than 200,000 years ago, it had fallen into the hands of Vicious. When Yi Fan obtained it, Vicious' coffin had sunk into the primal chaos. What happened to me? The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more frightened he became. At the same time, he thought about the people he knew. Duanda had the heaven-devouring demon lid, Jizue had the ring that Vicious had cherished the most, Tu Fei's grandfather had the sky-devouring jar, and Li Xiaoman had Vicious' inheritance. It was like a net weaving with each other, trapping Shi Yan in the middle. His relationship with Emperor Vicious couldn't be cut off, which made him restless. 2 days later, Yi Fan, Pang Bo, Jizue, and the Black Emperor crossed the void and arrived at the Central Plains. The Heavens Transformation ruins were really big. Strictly speaking, half of the Central Plains was their territory. At that time, there were no great Xia or Jiuli divine dynasties. The mysterious ancestral temple was located at the heart of the Dragon Vein. It had the power of heaven and earth and the mysteries. It was a secret land that went against the natural order. However, 20,000 years ago, the most ancient dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken. The dragon chi scattered and turned into some ancestral dragons in other places. From then on, this broken dragon vein turned from a supreme pure land to a dead land. It became the most inauspicious area with almost no vitality. The heart of the Central Plains was now barren. It was a gloomy area with black mist hovering all year round. No one knew what the light was. In front of them, broken mountains could be seen. They were formed by the impact of great magic power. It was unknown what kind of great battle had happened back then. Look, that ancient dragon vein is so strong. It used to be the longest ancestral vein in the Central Plains. It's thicker than tens of thousands of mountain ranges put together. Duanda said. He had to be familiar with the geography of each place. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. Was this still a mountain range? It was too thick. It was like a plateau. When they flew into the endless sky and looked down, they found that it was really a dragon vein. An ancient saint flew above this ancient star and looked down. The number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains was broken with just one palm. Someone pressed down from who knows how many tens of thousands of miles away, leaving behind 5 fingerprints. The ancestral dragon vein was broken into several pieces. The other mountain peaks all collapsed and the area within 1,000,000 miles caved in, the Black Emperor said. It can't be. 1,000,000 miles caved in with one strike. 5 fingerprints broke the number 1 dragon vein in the Central Plains. It's too heaven-defying. Pang Bo was shocked. Half a day later, they went deep into the heart of the Central Plains and came to a barren land. It was still dusky with black mist lingering around it like the underworld. There are ancient buildings up ahead. Right in front of them, there was a temple. It had a type of accumulation of time. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed for. It can't be, right? Did I miss a great opportunity? The Yuhua God dynasty's ancestral temple wasn't destroyed. I actually didn't come here to do archaeology in the past. Duanda said to himself. He clenched his fists tightly. Behind the ancestral temple, there was a dusky mist that covered everything. Nothing could be seen. According to what Jianghu saw in her dream, there should be a 5-colored altar in the depths of that region. Now, the heavenly secrets didn't appear. It was strange, trapped by all kinds of bewildering formations. Nothing could be seen. Who is it? A shout sounded in front of the ancient temple. A row of armored soldiers wearing black iron clothes appeared. All of them held iron spears and looked incomparably solemn. Very soon, they were densely packed. In the surroundings of the ancient temple, large numbers of figures appeared in the broken mountains. They were all experts. In addition, there were all kinds of formation patterns that were activated, covering this place. Who are these people? They occupied this place? Li Tian was surprised. This place was excavated recently. It's a dilapidated small world. They cleaned it up not long ago. At the very least, no one has entered the ancestral temple. It's still covered in dust. Duanda said with the tone of a professional. Not good, we can't afford to provoke them. These are people from the 4 god dynasties. They beat us to it. Li Heishui said. In front of them was an allied army with the flags of the 4 god dynasties. They were here together to excavate the central continent's ancestral temple from more than 200,000 years ago, wanting to find something. There's also the Alcade Holy Flag, Jianghu said. She recognized the Alcade Holy Flag at a glance. The 5 major forces joined forces to excavate together. They wanted to clear out the ruins of the Yuhua God dynasty and connect this small world. Who would dare to compete with them? Back then, the Yuhua God dynasty was the number 1 force in the central continent. No one dared to disobey their orders. They had supreme might, but they turned into ashes overnight. It was said that even their emperor weapon was shattered. Moreover, this was also the only known evidence of a supreme emperor weapon being shattered, shattering the legend of the indestructible extreme Dao weapons. Back then, they were destroyed too quickly. All kinds of rare treasures and other things didn't appear before they were sealed in dust. It was said that they were sealed by someone with great magical power. Do you see that? This dilapidated small world was sealed, but someone used an extreme emperor weapon to break open a corner of it. That's why it appeared in the world again. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't have discovered it even if we found this place, Duanda said. The Alcade Holy Land is involved. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then, he revealed his previous guess. The Alcade Holy Sun might have obtained the inheritance of Ruthless, the indestructible heaven technique. Since Jianghu and Duanda saw something in their dreams, the Alcade Holy Sun might have done the same. Because of this, he found the ancient temple in the central continent. There might be extremely important divine treasures in the temple. That's right. Many of the holy objects of the Yuhua God dynasty are enshrined in this ancestral temple. This is simply the tomb of a god dynasty. Duanda said very professionally. Pang Bo stepped forward to negotiate. A few people immediately walked over. All of them were people of high status and power. They were imperial ancestor-level figures of the four god dynasties. They responded in a deep voice. As early as half a year ago, they started digging this place. Only now did they have results. They wouldn't allow outsiders to enter. Yi Fan and the others retreated. If they attacked forcefully, they might be able to kill their way in. But this ancient temple was too mysterious. The four god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land had never dared to enter rashly. If they barged in rashly, there might be a great disaster. What should we do? If the Alcade Holy Sun got here first, this place is very troublesome. Pang Bo frowned and looked at Yi Fan. The others also felt a little headache. This place was obviously not ordinary. But if they angered the four god dynasties and the Alcade Holy Land, they might provoke a few extreme emperor weapons. Yi Fan said, "First, we should let the heaven-devouring demon pot merge. I feel that there is a great connection between it and the pot. Then, perhaps we should borrow the power of the people of the world to make the secret of this place public and allow all powerhouses to enter." After they left this place, they began to discuss seriously. Only Ji Ziyue sighed softly. She looked at the mist behind the ancient temple and muttered to herself, "Back then, that little girl cried and lost her tattered little shoes. She sent that young man far away, but in the end, she only saw his corpse return. This is not her end. She eventually became the great emperor." Monkey walked over. "Yes, invincible in the world, one of the most mysterious and powerful great emperors since ancient times. Almost no one can compare to her." The Black Emperor interrupted. "But she wasn't happy." Ji Ziyue shook her head. But there was still hope in her heart. She firmly believed that she would meet that young man again, Yi Fan said. Then, he couldn't help but think of little Nan Nan from that little girl. She was also pitiful. Where was she now? Chapter 895. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple was filled with endless mysteries. Entering life and returning to death, this was Duanda's judgment. This was an instinctive feeling he had developed from many years of tomb raiding. This place was very strange. More than 200,000 years had passed, but when he activated his heavenly eyes, he discovered that there were still green lights in the ancient buildings deep within the ancestral temple. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land must have discovered an even more terrifying place. They had started clearing it half a year ago, or else there would be no reason for them not to go deeper. This place is ominous. There's most likely something terrifying inside, Duanda said solemnly. He said that if they wanted to go in, they had to be prepared. Let's go. There's killing intent here. These people want to silence us, Yenishi said. They weren't surprised. Such a shocking ancestral temple couldn't be seen. The four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land naturally didn't want outsiders to know about it. After all, they had spent a lot of time and energy and didn't want others to get involved. There were Dao patterns interweaving in the surroundings. Although the fluctuations were very light, they still sensed it. They wanted to trap this place and turn it into a dangerous place. Let's go. This is the killing formation of an ancient sage. It's intact. If we are really trapped inside, we will definitely die. The Black Emperor was shocked. He was an expert and could clearly see the terrifying killing intent. The big black dog opened his mouth and spat out a profound jade platform. He quickly opened a realm gate and disappeared, leaving behind a ripple. Blood-colored divine chains passed through, but they couldn't stop them. 2 days later, a piece of news spread through the 5 regions. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple had appeared in the mortal world. Although more than 200,000 years had passed, it was still intact, and there were peerless divine treasures inside. This was an eventful time. The slightest movement would cause a storm in the world, let alone such a major event. It could be said that the whole world was shocked. Although the Yuhua God dynasty had already disappeared for more than 200,000 years, and even the historical records didn't record it clearly, it didn't affect its position in people's hearts. In the past, it sought the immortal inheritance of the Central Plains. Its territory was boundless, and all the divine treasures in the world were gathered in the temple. Its prestige was great, and the heaven and earth shook. It was the #1 god dynasty that existed to pursue immortality. They disappeared in a single night. There were all kinds of suspense. Many people speculated that this race discovered the method to become immortal and used the power of the entire sect to open the path to immortality, but in the end, they were defeated. Of course, there were others who said that they were swept through by a dragon. That night, there were dragon cries that shook the 9 heavens, resounding through Central Province. Countless great sects heard it. There were also people who said that there was only one truth, and that was the appearance of an invincible Holy Spirit that devoured all the dragon energy of the #1 ancestral bloodline in the Central Plains and seized the good fortune of the Yuhua God dynasty. Some people even said that Ruthless became an emperor and used a single hand to wipe out all of them. Moreover, he only used a single strike. It was an indiscriminate attack that wiped out the entire Yuhua God dynasty. As for what the truth was, it had long been buried in the dust of history. The people and events of the past had all been buried. No one could live for so long, not even the existences who had taken action. No matter what, the Yuhua God dynasty was unshakable as the #1 power in the world in the past. Their collection was incomparable. After its destruction, all of its treasures were buried underground. All those years ago, countless people were searching for it, yet they didn't obtain anything. Now that the Ascension Ancestral Temple had emerged into the world, how could it not affect the hearts of all? They didn't want to rule over the world, only to become immortals and pursue the true meaning of longevity. The entire Central Plains was under their rule, and there was no lack of lost ancient books and records. They were the bloodline that understood ascension and flying immortals the most. The Central Plains Ancestral Temple has appeared. It is rumored that in the past, there were too many divine treasures displayed inside. There were methods to verify the Tao, as well as all kinds of holy objects. Every one of them was priceless and had to be offered as a divine artifact. That's right, the various comprehensions of the ancient cultivators are all within that temple. They were collected by them and carved into the walls, the crystallization of the wisdom of the past sages. On this day, all kinds of secrets and legends reappeared, exposed by the people. The matter of the Central Plains Ancestral Temple was of great importance, drawing the attention of all sides. Not only were the various human races moved, even the various ancient tribes were moved. Many people wanted to stick their foot in and get a piece of the soup. However, the appearance of human emperors had truly shocked them. There were no ancestral kings who dared to come out. The lands of the Eastern Wasteland's great sage not only headed for the Central Plains, there were even people who went to the Wavering Light Realm to seek confirmation, asking them what secrets there were. After all, the Wavering Light Realm was involved. The southern mountains and western desert were like this as well. Many undying inheritances paid close attention, sending large numbers of experts over to investigate in detail. The entire world was shocked, paying close attention. Central Plains in particular, the 100 sects were practically boiling. They grew up in this great land and experienced too much. No one understood better than them what that ancestral temple signified. The divine dynasties that pursue longevity have too many secrets, and the ancestral temple is their most sacred land, containing endless divine treasures. During these 2 days, the atmosphere within the collapsed dragon vein was tense. The 4 great divine dynasties and the Wavering Light Holy Land that were guarding this place felt a tremendous pressure. So many people came, how could they kill them all? The world couldn't calm down. Some precious information recorded in ancient books flowed out. Not only were there all kinds of insights of the past in the ancient temple, there was also the true feather ancient scripture engraved on the walls. If the ancient temple wasn't destroyed, everything could be found. In addition, in the past, the Feather Transformation God dynasty searched the world, stepping into the outer realm to find all kinds of immortal materials exclusive to the great emperor, wanting to repair a green cauldron. There might be some divine objects in the temple. The original stones that contained phoenix blood gold and immortal tears green gold might still be displayed in the ancient temple. If they could be found, it would be a great earthquake, an incomparably wondrous opportunity. The number one divine dynasty that once ruled half of the Central Plains is indeed extraordinary. Even the Black Emperor was speechless. There were some secrets that even he had never heard of. What they want to repair is most likely the green copper pieces. Yi Fan looked at the 2 pieces of old copper in his body. In that case, if they were in perfect condition, they would be a cauldron. In the Feather Transformation ancient dynasty, other than their own extreme emperor weapon, they also had a broken and most mysterious cauldron. This rumor shocked the ancient races. After asking around, they finally found out about the broken green copper cauldron. No one would have thought that the various treasures and insights of the past didn't make the ancient races go crazy. Instead, when the green copper first revealed some clues, it made them unable to sit still. Even though the human race great emperor appeared not long ago and the various ancient tribes trembled, because of the broken green copper cauldron, the royal, and great races still couldn't sit still. Many people moved out. Of course, they were still very afraid. It was still because the saints didn't appear and they didn't dare to jump out. They were afraid that they would really anger the supreme existence of the human race and destroy them. That green cauldron had existed since the primordial era. Even the various ancient tribes didn't know how old it was. It often disappeared after appearing. Several ancient emperors had once searched for it. This broken cauldron had immeasurable value. It was said that it contained the secret of becoming an immortal. Brat, you have 2 pieces of green copper on you. When are you going to return this grandpa's piece? Duanda didn't let go of Yi Fan. One can't be too virtuous. It was clearly obtained by me, but back then, you always had designs on me. If you want it, that's fine. Give me the heaven-devouring devil cover in exchange, said Yi Fan. After entering the ancient temple this time, if there are still pieces of the green cauldron, I don't believe that you will be able to obtain them. Duanda said indignantly. This emperor has calculated with my fingers. That broken cauldron is fated with me. The Black Emperor also came forward. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch the green copper piece after entering the ancestral temple. He was a powerful competitor. Damn it, a chicken has a mouth and a duck has a mouth. Why don't you join in as well? This poor Daoist wants to collect materials. Entering such an ancient temple is undoubtedly like entering a great tomb. I need a basin of 10,000-year-old black dog blood, no, a bucket. You should contribute some. Woof, woof, woof. The Black Emperor barked and bit fiercely, fighting to the death with him. These 2 fellows weren't good people. They were greedy and shameless. They were born to be at odds with each other. In the words of the 2 spiritual children, they were born to be troublemakers. In the heart of the Central Plains, the atmosphere in the Broken Dragon vein was extremely tense. A world-shaking battle could break out at any time. The major forces of the human race and the ancient races all rushed over to enter the ancestral temple. The 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands disagreed, forming a terrifying confrontation. But they themselves couldn't enter the ancient temple to retrieve the divine treasures in a short period of time. The Yuhua god dynasty has been destroyed. Their ruins should belong to the people of the world. Everyone can enter the ancestral temple. Everything depends on one's own fate. No one knew who shouted such words first. Then, all the major forces and cultivators of the world shouted the same thing, forming a huge pressure. Even the 4 god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands couldn't withstand it anymore. If it weren't for the fact that they were afraid of the Yaoguang Holy Land's black golden dragon cauldron, Great Xia's Tai sovereign sword, and other emperor weapons, the cultivators of the world would have already fought their way in. Now, it was a stalemate. Peace talks. In the end, the four god dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Lands finally took a step back. They negotiated with the major forces, but their conditions were extremely harsh. They said that 60% of the divine treasures should belong to them. After all, they were the ones who dug this place out. Let's hurry up and prepare while they are negotiating. We can't fight a battle we're not confident in. We must prepare all kinds of materials, Qi Luo said. Not long after, they invited the blind old man and 2 Tian out of their seclusion. They wanted to combine the heaven-devouring demon pot and form a perfect imperial weapon. No one could predict what kind of battle would happen. But they always felt that many things were related to Ruthless. Bringing her weapon by their side was enough to suppress the situation. I have a feeling that after this ultimate battle, we might really have to leave, Yi Fan said to Pang Bo when there was no one around. Time is pressing. Let's hurry up and visit all our old friends. Don't leave any regrets, Pang Bo said. He was very reluctant to leave this world. Let's be more careful. I think we might face people like Hua Yunfei, Li Xiaoman, Yaoguang Holy Child, Tian Prince, and Huang Shudao in this battle. There will be life and death battles, Yi Fan said solemnly. The Central Continent's negotiations were still in progress. All parties reached a consensus. No one was allowed to bring imperial weapons or holy weapons into the ancestral temple. Whoever damaged the ancient temple would be punished by the whole world. It was because it was rumored that there were many precious wall carvings inside the ancestral temple. They were the essence comprehended by the predecessors, all of them exploring the true meaning of longevity. Every single one of them had immeasurable value. More than 200,000 years ago, the Yuhua God dynasty spent great effort to collect them from all over the world. Some of them were even brought back from the outer realms. Every single one of them was a gem. Not a single stone carving could be lost. Yi Fan and Pang Bo looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that they would definitely encounter some great enemies. They were destined to fight head-on and carry out a life-and-death battle. Then, the peace talks reached a second consensus. Not everyone could enter the Central Continent's ancestral temple. Only sect master-level figures recognized by all parties had the qualifications. Otherwise, they could only kill their way in. The four great god dynasties and Yaoguang divided 40% of the quota. They weren't willing to give in anymore. The more experts that entered, the more powerful they would be. Chapter 896. The winds and clouds of the 5 regions converged on the central plains. The appearance of the ancestral shrine stirred up a huge commotion, attracting the attention of the entire world. Many cultivators were taking action, preparing to enter the shrine at any time. Although the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land were still discussing with the other parties and hadn't opened it yet, that day was not far away. I won't fight a battle I'm not confident in. The Black Emperor had already gathered a large amount of precious materials to carve runes and formations in case of need. Duanda, on the other hand, believed that there must be something extraordinary in that place. After all, it was the #1 dragon vein in the Central Plains back then. Even though it was broken, there was still a vast amount of draconic energy. Perhaps something could be bred there. The Black Emperor was easier to deal with. A while ago, when Yi Fan set up a trap to kill the enemies, he had already bought many treasures. They were all bought at sky-high prices according to its requirements. Duanda, on the other hand, was a bit more troublesome. They were all unorthodox things like Yama soil, dead spirit flower, corpse bamboo, 9 underworld embryo, and so on. What kind of messy things are these? How can we find them? The group was startled. It wasn't easy to find them. These are all priceless materials. Apart from me, even those who refine forbidden weapons will need them, so it's not impossible to find them, said Duanda. He wasn't too worried because he had already obtained one of the main ingredients, the water of the yellow springs. Back then, when they chased after the Netherworld soldiers in the ancient purgatory under the falling eagle cliff, not only did they obtain the Netherworld grass, but they also took away the entire yellow springs. Now, the Netherworld grass was in the heavenly village's cemetery. No one was willing to carry it around with them all day. Even Yifan's ocean-like golden blood energy was repulsive. When Yifan, Duanda, and the others appeared in the Heaven Square, a commotion broke out. Many people couldn't help but look over. The battle at the broken Heaven Mountain range had shaken the world. Blood flowed like rivers, and corpses piled up into mountains. No one wasn't afraid, and even the ancient races were shaken. Now, very few people dared to go against Yifan. He had his own unique power in the world. Killing Yuangu, shooting down the divine sons, flattening the clan of the ancients, and other magnificent feats made people realize the power of the sacred physique of the human race. The Sky Square was huge, but after searching through every nook and cranny, he could only satisfy half of Duanda's needs. The things he needed were too rare, and many of them were unheard of. As long as they were interested in something, the exchange went smoothly. Even the ancient races weren't willing to offend Yifan. This was especially true with the sacred prince beside him. When the two of them walked together, it was truly an awe-inspiring sight. There was an indescribable might about them. Ever since Yifan killed Yuangu, let alone the humans, even the various ancient tribes believed that he would be invincible under the heavens in the future, able to stand side by side with the son of the ancient sovereign. Yuangu was the 8th-generation grandson of the primitive emperor. Although the power of his bloodline was weakened, it was not much weaker. Since Yifan was able to kill him, his potential should not be weaker than the emperor's son. This is the human race's holy body. I didn't see it in the last battle. The blood of the great enemy in the broken Sky Mountain range covered the mountain. Now that I see it, it is indeed extraordinary. Everywhere the group passed, there would be people discussing in low voices. This was a reputation gained through battle. From the unwillingness and provocation of the past to the fear of today, this was a great change. Is this the human race's holy body? So it looks like this. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but he looks rather delicate and pretty. Is his combat strength so powerful? Some of the ancient race's young ladies were watching, their beautiful eyes flickering with splendor. There were many people in the Sky Square, and there were creatures from various tribes. Even the great sage Hunchuo thinks highly of him. Even though he is a human and doesn't stand with us, he is still appreciated by the great sage. It had to be said that Yifan's name had shaken the tens of thousands of races after experiencing so many battles. Many people were paying attention to him, and everywhere he went, there would be many pairs of eyes staring at him. In the end, they left this place. Duanda hadn't gathered all the materials he needed, so he still had to search for them in other places. Central Continent's ancestral temple was a special place. It had existed in the black mist for more than 200,000 years. In Duanda's words, it was comparable to the most terrifying great tomb, so they had to treat it seriously. Yifan and the others all believed in his abilities, so they used all methods to satisfy his needs. They wouldn't go in without complete preparations. They could already predict that many people would die this time. We still lack a dozen or so materials. I'm worried that existences like the malicious spirits will appear. It's not safe to go in without complete preparations, said Duanda. No matter, we have the source. We can bid in all the auction houses in the world, said Yifan. He began to use all kinds of connections to gather these materials. Afterwards, he and Pang Bo began to visit friends from all walks of life. The Scarlet Dragon Daoist, the Peacock King, Saint Wei Yi of Jade Stone Square, the Jianghu family, the Ji family, the Wind Clan, the Jade Pool, the 13 Great Bandits, Li Ruoyu of Humble Peak, the Sky Fiend Palace, the Barbarian Race, and so on. Their schedules were full every day, and they traveled through the void unceasingly. Perhaps once they entered the ancestral temple, they would step onto the five-colored sacrificial altar and cross over. They didn't want to leave any regrets, so they met all their old friends one by one. I should go to the western desert, but it's too far away and I might not be able to find her, Yi Fan said to himself. He then decided to deal with the matters in front of him first. Next, Yi Fan began to divide the treasures. He hung many weapons on the stone cliff for Tong Tong, Little K, and the two spirit children to choose. He was about to leave, so he left behind many spiritual items. How extravagant! Even Duanda and the Black Emperor were envious and almost fought over the items with the children. Even Qi Luo drew in a cold breath. None of the items left behind by Yi Fan were inferior. They were all priceless treasures that would inevitably cause a storm of blood in the outside world. For example, there was a small black chariot. Although it was only an inch long, it was sparkling and translucent, flowing with divine splendor. This was a king's chariot obtained from Wang Teng's younger brother. The spirit children, Gu Fei and Gu Lin, were very perceptive. They activated their spiritual qi and the small black chariot emitted tens of thousands of auspicious lights. It quickly enlarged and they sat on it, feeling very excited. The mystic magnet mountain was something that Yi Fan had brought back from the Ziwei ancient star region. It was a very malleable divine metal mountain that could continuously grow and evolve. In particular, the mystic magnet divine light that it contained was rare in the world. Little Tong Tong loved this treasure so much that she could not bear to part with it. Other than that, there was also the Thousand Slayers Bow, the Eight Visions Palace's diamond chakram, and a series of other magic tools. They were all rare items, so Yi Fan kept them all. He then took out the broken purple golden hammer and gave it to Li Heishui and the others. What a good person, child of wealth. That green copper quick. Duanda rubbed his hands. Go away. Yi Fan kept the myriad qi cauldron and other things. He couldn't give them all away because he didn't plan to give up on cultivation. He also gave some of his trump cards to these old friends. He kept all the 81 small black flags, which were personally refined by the undying heavenly emperor. No one could tell how powerful they were. Qi Luo and the Black Emperor deduced that if they attacked with all their strength, they would most likely be able to wipe out a holy land. Pang Bo didn't have many rare treasures on him, so there was nothing to keep. The 9 divine weapons were looted by Yi Fan from Duanda, which made the unscrupulous Daoist hate him every time he saw them. There were also a few stone nails, which were indeed divine materials. They were the tools used by the undying heavenly emperor to nail his coffin. They were indestructible, and their grades couldn't be seen. There was also an ancient Chaos Emperor talisman, which was given to him by Yi Fan to save his life. There was also a divine sword of hell dripping with blood. It was a damaged holy weapon that Yi Fan had seized from the Killer God Court when he was setting up a trap to kill a group of enemies. Yi Fan took out the Immortal treasure map. He had obtained it from the primal Chaos Dragon lair and was prepared to give it to the monkey. It had once fallen into the hands of the Emperor of Fighting in ancient times. Perhaps the monkey could comprehend something from it. However, the monkey refused, saying that he could cultivate in this world and could find any divine brilliance. Moreover, the other side of the starry sky wasn't suitable for cultivators to live in, so he had to stay. Everyone gathered together to discuss what exactly it was. Qi Luo, Duanda, and the Black Emperor, the 3 old foxes, deduced that it was a scroll of the starry sky ancient road written by an emperor-level character. You must keep it well. You might be able to use it to find your way back in the future, everyone said, feeling somewhat sentimental. As for the Qilan divine medicine seed, Yi Fan didn't act pretentious and directly stated that he wanted to take it away. The earth's vitality might have dried up and most likely wasn't suitable for cultivators to live in. In the future, they might need the essence qi it breathed to survive. For this, he had traveled all over the north region these days and dug up countless divine sources. Everything was for the Qilin seed to grow in the future and lay down a suitable pure land for it. Other than that, he had also purchased a large number of ancient medicines and spiritual herbs. He was prepared to plant them in the source pile so that they could emit spiritual qi and evolve an environment suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan took out the last divine medicine he had on him. There were only 3 of the divine fruits he had plucked from the forbidden ancient land. He gave them to the monkey, Li Heishui, Li Tian, and the others to save their lives. As long as they still had 1 breath left, they would definitely be saved. Other than that, Yi Fan kept 4 drops of the true dragon divine medicine juice and left the rest for his old friends. His 4 drops were for him, Pang Bo's parents, and the others to extend their lives. If they had white hair and didn't have much lifespan left, 1 or 2 drops would be enough. Of course, because there were also the parents of Zhang Wenchang, Lu Yi, and the others, he specially went to purchase a large number of precious medicines to save for when they returned. On the treasure division cliff, Tong Tong and the 2 spirit children all chose their favorite rare treasures. Only little Kay blinked her large eyes and wrinkled her little nose as she hugged the milk bottle. She picked left and right, dissatisfied, and didn't like anything. Finally, the little fellow stared at the bell on the Black Emperor's neck. She felt that it was the most adorable and jingled as she walked. She stretched out her little hand, wanting to take it. The large black dog's dark face instantly became even darker, and the bell immediately disappeared. He couldn't give it away no matter what. This thing had a special meaning to him. If you want the bell, that's easy. I just happen to be going to find someone to settle some scores, so I'll take the number 1 divine bell below the saint weapon for you. Yi Fan dotingly stroked her head. Not long after, their group crossed the northern plains and found the Gold Clan to settle old scores. They were about to leave, but Yi Fan directly killed his way to their door. In the past, Jin Qishao and his elder brother had tried to deal with him. Even though they were both killed by him, they were only passively fighting back and defending themselves. Fellow Yi, it was all a misunderstanding in the past. My son has been spoiled rotten. Please forgive him if he has offended you. The Gold Clan's leader appeared, and when he saw Yi Fan and the monkey coming to settle the score, his heart trembled. And now, the fame of the human race's saint physique had spread throughout the world. If they really wanted to go against a certain great clan, even powerful beings like them would feel extremely uncomfortable. In the battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range, Yi Fan had caused all the great forces of the 5 regions to shudder in fear. Too many powerful cultivators had died, and now, no one dared to anger him anymore. Yi Fan also didn't want to really start a war. After the other party apologized and handed over the 9 Heavens Blue Divine Bell, they left. This bell was known as the number 1 divine bell below the saint weapon, and it had been left by the Jade Drop Monarch of the Central Plains. In the past, it had been stained with blood, and later, the Gold Clan of the Northern Plains had auctioned it off and used the divine earth milk to wash it clean, restoring it to its original state. As expected, when little Kay saw this small dark green bell, she immediately threw away the milk bottle happily and directly hugged the fist-sized bell in her arms. Why do I feel that there aren't enough things? Let's buy everything as long as it's a spiritual item. When we return to Earth, we might not even see a single strand of hair, Pang Bo said. In the next few days, he and Yi Fan began a frenzied sweep, buying everything they needed. And in this process, Yi Fan used all his power to search for little Nan Nan, wanting to find this pitiful little girl. I hope that I can find her before I leave. Nothing must happen to her. In the end, Yi Fan stepped onto the super formation platform that the Black Emperor had carved for him and headed to the Western Desert. This time, before he left, he wanted to see in Miaoyi. He didn't want to be in such a hurry like 12 years ago. The monkey set off with him. He wanted to go to Mount Meru to see his uncle. Last time in the ancient desolate forbidden land, he was in too much of a hurry and didn't ask about many things in detail. Chapter 897. Western Desert was an ancient divine land with too many legends. Buddhists were everywhere and their faith was pious. It was a land close to the gods. Amitabha the great emperor possessed great wisdom, great benevolence, and great magical power. He had left behind too many legends here and had once made a great aspiration to walk through every inch of land on foot. He personally preached and spread his teachings, creating the glory of Buddhism today. Western Desert was a great region filled with Buddhists. Even though other inheritances could enter, it was difficult for them to become mainstream. Temples could be seen everywhere, as if lotuses were everywhere. It had to be said that this was a magnificent scene. A great region only respected one type of doctrine, creating a miracle that had never been seen since ancient times. This land contained endless mysteries. Arhats, bodhisattvas, and ancient Buddhas walked the mortal world together with all living beings. They produced miracles and saved people from suffering. It was also because of this that Buddhism became increasingly prosperous. Everyone here worshipped Buddha and were incomparably pious. There were often pilgrims who would kowtow with every step, walking towards the pure land of bliss in their hearts, Mount Meru, even though it would be difficult for them to reach it in their entire lives. From this, one could see how pure their hearts were. Everything they did was for the sake of worshipping Buddha. They had the most sacred faith. The clear immeasurable golden body lake, the majestic Bodhisattva plateau, the majestic ancient Buddha mountain. Buddhist holy land surged with auspicious energy all year round, attracting countless people to come and worship them. Yi Fan and the monkey crossed over from the eastern wasteland and entered this boundless land. It wasn't as they had imagined that there would be golden sand everywhere. Even though it was called Western Desert, there were mountains and rivers. There were quite a few deserts, but not all of them. There were large areas of fertile land, vast mountains and rivers, and there was no lack of spiritual energy and magnificent scenery. Did you notice that this land is different from the other 4 regions? As soon as they arrived, the monkey sensed something. That's right, there is an extremely pure power. Even though it is indiscernible, it truly exists. Strands of it are flowing through the entire world. Yi Fan was surprised. It could be said that there weren't many people who could sense this strange scene. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Only the monkey and him, who were born with rare bones, could sense it. The spiritual energy of Western Desert couldn't compare to the Central Plains. There weren't as many ancestral veins and spiritual energy seeping out. However, there was an extremely pure mysterious power pervading the air. What kind of divine power is this? Why can't we absorb it? The monkey was puzzled. Yi Fan was surprised and bewildered as well. No matter how he circulated it, it was difficult for him to bring a strand of the mysterious Tao energy into his body, and it was difficult for him to fuse with it and be used by Yi Fan. No wonder there are so many legends about the Western Desert. From ancient times until now, no matter if it's the demon race, archaic creatures, or even the mysterious divine spirits from outside the region, none of them are willing to step foot here. Along the way, they saw quite a few temples, all of them quiet and auspicious. The more such a place was, the more that mysterious power flowed about, strand after strand. This is the fluctuation of Buddha nature. The two of them looked at each other in astonishment. Just how vast was the Buddhist energy needed to pervade the entire heaven and earth? It was simply vast and unfathomable. This is unbelievable. Could it be that the great Buddha Amitabha is still alive? Monkey exclaimed. When they thought of this possibility, both of them were stunned. Other than him, who else would have such an abundant amount of dharmic energy that could circulate through the entire Western Desert? This was simply unheard of and exceeded the imaginations of others. From afar, the ancient temple's bell chimed, able to purify one's soul, causing one's heart to resonate with it. They couldn't help but want to convert to Buddhism, wanting to head over and pay their respects, entering the gate of emptiness. Too mysterious. Yi Fan and Monkey felt bewildered in their hearts as countless questions appeared in their hearts. The boundlessness of the Buddhist Tao caused them to feel a trace of emotion. As they continued on, it was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles they traveled. Finally, they saw a demon, and it was an ancient demon at the peak of the second level of Immortal Foundation. However, it had become a protector of an ancient temple. This is too strange, even such a huge demon was converted. Buddhism truly causes people to revere it. The monkey sighed. At this moment, they finally understood why the primordial spirit didn't come to the western desert to flaunt his might after he appeared. The fluctuations of Buddha nature were strange, and there was a possibility that some of them might be converted. The Alan ancient temple was a temple with a long history. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had existed. The temple collapsed and was repaired repeatedly, but the incense offerings never stopped. It was rumored that this was one of the holy temples of Buddhism. Buddha Amitabha once stopped here to preach and discuss the Tao. It was also because of this that this place became a place of pilgrimage. In front of the ancient temple, there were many people burning incense and worshipping seriously. Smoke rose in spirals, filled with Buddha nature. There was an indescribable fluctuation in this ancient land. This place is truly not simple. It's most probably the place where Buddha Amitabha preached in the past. Yi Fan's eyes narrowed as he seriously surveyed the place. He and the monkey headed west and finally saw an extremely famous ancient temple. They naturally wanted to carefully observe it, but in the end, their expressions all changed. The more I look at it, the more extraordinary it seems. This was the monkey's instinctive reaction. Their embryonic bones were rarely seen throughout the ages. Only in this great era, when the princes of the supreme ancient immortal realms broke out of their seals and came to the mortal world, could they be comparable to them. Maybe, only people like them, who were born with extraordinary bodies, could sense the mysteries of the western desert. This was especially so for this type of holy temple. There is a type of majestic aura. Yi Fan said. He calmed his heart and mind and carefully observed the area before him. He discovered that the simple and unadorned temple instantly erupted with endless golden light, illuminating the entire heaven and earth. There was a type of golden Buddha nature radiance spreading outwards. What a powerful wave of majestic aura! Endless Buddha light illuminated everything. It was as if there was a great Buddha sitting upright, dignified and divine, inviolable. The monkey said. Ordinary people couldn't see anything at all. Even if you were a great king or a saint, you could only sense a type of Buddha divinity and wouldn't see any abnormal scenes. Dang, the great bell sounded in a long and drawn-out manner, as if it came from the ancient past. Then, chanting rang out, purifying one's spirit, making one feel increasingly tranquil. It was as if one's entire being was sublimated. The others were all worshipping the Buddha statue in this holy temple. Only Yi Fan and the monkey stood in the distance, quietly watching. At this moment, they saw through the endless golden light and saw several old monks sitting within the ancient temple. They were bathed in Buddha splendor, their appearances dignified and dignified, not moving at all. Swoosh! The old monks all opened their eyes. It was as if they could break through the layers of the temple and also see them. At this moment, the temple pillars and walls couldn't obstruct them. There was only Buddha light between the two parties and nothing else. The two benefactors both have true wisdom roots, rarely seen since ancient times. You have seen the true nature of Buddha. Amitabha Buddha. An old monk's voice rang out. Yi Fan and the monkey cupped their hands in the distance and didn't say anything. Instead, they became much more vigilant. These old monks all had extraordinary powers and the Buddha sect was unfathomably deep. Then, they retreated, not wishing to cause any trouble. When they turned around, it was as if there was a great Buddha sitting in the void. There was a type of strange power that was attracting them. Just now, in that moment of absent-mindedness, I actually had the thought of converting to Buddhism. The monkey said. Yi Fan nodded. The two of them looked at each other in dismay, revealing expressions of disbelief. They felt that the western desert was shrouded in layers of mist and that it was impossible to speculate. Do you think Amitabha Buddha is still alive? The monkey suddenly spoke. That's not too likely. This person appeared in this world countless years ago. No one can live for so long, Yifan said. Amitabha Buddha, like the other great emperors, had countless legends. It was said that he came from beyond the heavens and crossed the star domain to arrive here. He passed down his teachings and left behind an unparalleled reputation. I always felt that the western desert is very mysterious. There are strands of Buddha nature fluctuating in the entire world. Apart from Amitabha Buddha, who else could cause such abnormalities? The monkey muttered mysteriously. Don't tell me that you want to say that the great emperor of Buddhism is still alive on Mount Meru? Yifan said. Suddenly, the monkey was shocked and said, this is only the place where Amitabha Buddha preaches the Tao and imparts the Tao, yet it is already so strange. It makes me so close to Buddha that I even felt a moment of absent-mindedness and wanted to convert. What do you think will happen if one lives in the great Thunderclap Monastery all year round? He suddenly thought of his uncle who cultivated on Mount Meru all year round. Was he borrowing the Buddhist sect's techniques to break through, or was he mysteriously enlightened? He quivered and shivered. It can't be. The victorious fighting Buddha technique transcends nature. Who can enlighten him? Now that he has entered the pure land of bliss, he should be the one enlightening others, Yifan said with a smile. The monkey said, I'm still a little worried. I went to see him in the past but I didn't succeed. I felt an incomparable dignity and holiness lingering around Mount Meru. At that time, I felt complicated and didn't think too much about it. Now that I think about it, that Buddha nature is many times stronger than the Alan ancient temple. Now, even the evil subduing pestle of Buddhism is under his control. You're thinking too much, Yifan said. Maybe I'm thinking too much, the monkey said to himself. Before long, they entered the depths of the western desert and saw an ancient city. It was enormous and majestic, and their special embryonic bones immediately sensed it. They calmed their hearts and observed, and were immediately shaken. Strands after strand of Buddha nature rose up and flew in all directions. When they gathered together, it could be said that the radiance was boundless. Others couldn't see it, but Yifan and the monkey could clearly sense it. This was a boundless light that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth. A rain of light gathered, covering tens of thousands of meters. There was an immortal aura, and it was extremely holy and pure. This was a strange power unique to the western desert. Right, I understand now. It's a bit similar to the aura of the great sage summoned by the evil ghost. This is pure faith power. Yifan said. This place was a famous Buddhist city in the western desert, enough to rank in the top 20. Many Buddhists gathered here, and the population was countless. The power gathered here was naturally world-shaking. From the perspective of others, they wouldn't be able to sense anything. There was no boundless Buddha light at all. However, Yifan and the monkey could see that they were both stunned. Now I believe that the power of the western desert doesn't originate from one person, but from the pure will power of millions and millions of living beings. The monkey sighed, seemingly relieved. However, Yifan's hair stood on end. Do you remember that the ancient great emperors all had techniques to extend their bodies and make them immortal? The willpower of all living beings in the western desert has been like this since ancient times. They're all chanting the name of one person. How terrifying do you think he is? The monkey's golden fur stood on end, and the worry in his heart that had just disappeared increased by countless times. He looked in the direction of Mount Meru and gasped. You're saying that from ancient times until now, with so much willpower flowing through the body of one person, Amitabha the Great is still alive? Chapter 898. The Amitabha Buddha was still alive. The moment these words left his mouth, the monkey's chi and blood surged. If this was the truth, just the thought alone was enough to make one tremble. Up ahead, boundless Buddha light condensed from the willpower of all life. It was pure and divine, illuminating the great earth with boundless brilliance. This is just a thought of mine, it can't be taken seriously. If he was still alive, how could others succeed in corroborating the Tao? Yi Fan said. However, there were still many doubts in his heart. The ancient emperors didn't necessarily have to corroborate the Tao in this ancient star. Some people came from outer space, and even the Amitabha Buddha himself came from outer space. The monkey's heart was heavy. This ancient star contained endless secrets. From ancient times until now, it was unknown how many powerful beings had rushed over, all of them searching for something. The various races from the ancient times also came from outer space. That's true. Yi Fan nodded, looking pensive. However, he still shook his head. There was a limit to one's strength. No matter how powerful a person was, they most likely wouldn't be able to live for hundreds of thousands of years. You don't believe me? I've always felt that the Western Desert is the most mysterious place. Other religions wouldn't be able to establish a foothold here. Everyone is pious and worshipping the Buddha. This is an unprecedented miracle. The monkey said in a low voice. There were so many people worshipping the Buddha. It had always been like this since ancient times. Everyone was chanting the name of the Amitabha Buddha. One couldn't help but feel shocked. If all of this was added to the body of a single person, perhaps they could truly become immortal. Up ahead, there was just an ancient city, yet there was boundless Buddha light soaring into the sky. If all the willpower of the past and present were added together, what kind of scene would it be? The monkey only thought about it and felt his scalp go numb. He couldn't help but say, it makes one tremble and feel their hair stand on end. The Amitabha Buddha. Yi Fan chanted and immediately discovered that there was a mysterious power flowing. It was extremely strange. This ancient land of the Western Desert really made one feel unimaginable. Brother Monkey, most likely only you, me, Huang Shudao, and Fire Qilin can sense it. Try chanting the Amitabha Buddha and see what you feel. The monkey tried and was shocked. There is a type of divine power resonating in this land. I believe that if the people of the Buddhist sect frequently chant the words Amitabha Buddha, they would be able to add to their own magical power. That's right. That's right. The Western Desert is unfathomable, said Yi Fan. Because of this, I increasingly feel that Amitabha is still alive, and he's unbelievably powerful. All living beings recite Amitabha and cast his immortal body, while he bestows Buddhist energy on everyone, making his followers even more devout, forming a terrifying cycle. I don't think the Amitabha Buddha is still alive. I just think that the waters of the Western Desert Buddhist sect run deep. We shouldn't delve too deeply into it. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble. After all, we're in this land. Yi Fan had a similar feeling. Could it be that whatever we say here will be sensed by some sort of existence? The monkey looked into the void and then looked in the direction of Mount Meru. Yi Fan muttered to himself, the last great emperor before the primordial era was Wu Shi, and the last great emperor after the primordial era was Qing Emperor. They both attained their Tao on this ancient planet, so I think Amitabha Buddha is no longer in this world. But from ancient times until now, this boundless Buddhist energy can accumulate into boundless Buddhist radiance like the vast ocean. Who obtained it in the end, and where did it all go? Asked the monkey. Yi Fan said, as long as it's a human, there'll be a day when they die. The other great emperors were as strong as vicious, reigning supreme in both ancient and modern times, creating all sorts of world-shaking cultivation techniques. Even divine embryos were born, opening up a different path of immortality. Why didn't they choose the path of faith of all living beings? Even someone as strong as Wu Shi, who could step into the forbidden zone and trample on the great Tao, didn't choose this path. This means that it's very difficult to truly be immortal. I think it's impossible for Amitabha Buddha to live for hundreds of thousands of years because of this. This boundless Buddhist radiance and boundless Buddhist energy isn't for forging his immortal body, but for other purposes. Then tell me, the entire Western Desert is filled with such pure divine energy. Who exactly did it achieve in the end? The monkey decided to get to the bottom of it. Buddhism cultivates the afterlife. It's the most mysterious of things. Let's not make rash guesses. The waters of the Western Desert run too deep, and it's not something we can set foot into. Yifan warned. The monkey nodded thoughtfully. Because he had the power of the Emperor of Fighting's bloodline, and now that he was in the Western Desert, he could clearly sense a mysterious power. If he continued to pursue it, he might actually provoke something. A worried expression appeared on his face as he gazed at Mount Meru. That was the center of the Western Desert. From ancient times until now, boundless Buddhist energy had been concentrated there. It truly worried him. You don't need to be worried. I think your uncle has long since discovered something. He can see more clearly than we can. Perhaps that's what attracted him, comforted Yifan. I hope that's the case. If there's nothing else, I won't come to the Western Desert again, unless I become a saint one day. The monkey's fiery eyes shone with divine light. The two of them continued on their way. The monkey wanted to go to the Great Thunderclap Monastery, and Yifan was making inquiries to find out which ancient temple Miao was in. They were still traveling the same way. Buddhism believes in the afterlife, and cultivates the Tao fruit of the future. Do you think Amitabha Buddha will appear in the future? Asked the monkey after a long moment of contemplation. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? Yifan smiled bitterly. He had also thought of this, but he didn't want to talk about it in the Western Desert. Every time he chanted the words Amitabha Buddha, a mysterious aura would fill the air, and he didn't want to be implicated in any karma. Don't tell me that the Sakyamuni Buddha really has something to do with Buddha? Is it because of his devil shell? Or does it have something to do with the will of the gods? Mumbled the monkey. Let's stop here. Let's talk about it when we get back. There's no need to talk about it in the Western Desert. Yifan stopped him. The monkey coughed dryly, ending the discussion. Yifan searched for Miaoi, hoping to see her one last time. However, the Western Desert was filled with temples, and it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. He searched for many days to no avail. He followed Miaoi's cultivation method and searched for a few more days. Finally, he found some clues and roughly guessed where she had gone. In Buddhism, the Tao of passion and desire had undergone a process of nirvanic rebirth and transformation. From the most primitive abstinence to the cultivation of the 7 emotions and 6 sensory pleasures. Yifan speculated that since Miaoi had come to the Western Desert, she would definitely search for the origin and explore the evolution of this method. She would most likely start with the sound, smell, and realization, which was the most primitive attitude of Buddhism toward emotion. Tracing back to the origin, it should be the Agama Sutra, the most basic scripture of Buddhism. It contained the Buddha's foundation establishment method. If Miaoi wanted to go further, she would definitely start from the origin. Several days later, he found out that there was an ancient temple in the world known as the Agama Temple, which contained the true meaning of the Agama Sutra. Unfortunately, it had been destroyed 10,000 years ago and could no longer be found. From this, it could be seen how deep the waters of Buddhism ran. Although they all revered the Amitabha Buddha, there were also various schools of thought, and there were also areas where there were conflicts in the evolution of the teachings. They continued westward, getting closer and closer to Mount Meru. During these days, Yifan had been in the Western Desert, and everything he had seen and heard had impacted him greatly. This was truly a flourishing age. The Western Desert was vast and boundless, but there was only one Buddhist sect. It could be said that the power of a single sect was comparable to the combined power of all the sects in any other region. In the present age, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Buddhism the #1 sect in the world. Yifan and the monkey visited many ancient temples, and saw many reclusive divine monks, all of whom had unfathomable depths. Yifan had a vague feeling that the entire Western Desert was extraordinary, as if it didn't belong to this world, and might fly away in the future. Legend has it that the Yuhua God dynasty wanted to ascend, but in the end, it was reduced to ashes. Will this Buddhist land have the same plans in the future? After all, the power of will is too vast, and this is where their foundation lies. Yi Fan muttered to himself. The more he thought about it, the more complicated it became, and his thoughts became more and more scattered. In an instant, he came into contact with many crucial things. Inexplicably, he realized that this was a great world, and that Buddhism was even more prepared. Then, he suddenly came to his senses and quickly asked, "Brother Monkey, all the ancient tribes have awakened in this era. Was this part of the primordial emperor's plan, or did the various tribes have a prior agreement and just happen to make this choice?" It was passed down by the ancient elders of the divine Silkworm Ridge, Blood Phoenix Mountain, Fire Qilin Cave, and other places. It could also be said that it was the result of the primordial emperor's calculations, the monkey said seriously. That's right, people had already found this place in the ancient era. As for this era, the ancient races have awakened one after another. In this case, the most crucial time has already been pointed out. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Then, the divine light in his eyes was terrifying. He said, "The most heaven-defying change since ancient times will happen in this era." In the blink of an eye, he understood some innate things and thought through many things that he didn't understand. This ancient planet was definitely special. Why did the ancient emperors come here? Why did the ancient sovereigns seal their children in this era? To these people, perhaps only becoming immortals could tempt them. What else could there be other than that? In the future, a shocking change would definitely happen. Most of the great ancient emperors came from beyond the heavens, and the ancient emperors might be the same. From this, I can roughly deduce the number of great emperors since ancient times, and even how many ancient planets with life there are. The more Yi Fan thought, the more he deduced. I dare not say the entire universe, because it is truly too big and boundless. But at the very least, with this ancient planet as the center, the range that it can radiate, the number of ancient planets with life, and the number of great emperors can be deduced. Moreover, the ancient starry sky path is also a key point. Is it the path in the region that this radiation can reach, or does it have a more special meaning? Oh, this seems wrong. Laozi and Sakyamuni have been chasing after it without stopping. Half a month later, Yi Fan finally obtained clues about the Agama temple from a Buddhist disciple. It had long been rebuilt and was on the Au Highlands, adjacent to the sky. At this time, they were still hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Mount Meru. Yi Fan was shocked. Even from such a distance, he could feel a boundless divine might in front of him. It was majestic and imposing. In a daze, he saw a boundless Buddhist light rushing into the sky, drowning the entire world in front of him. The pure power of faith from ancient times to the present had been added to that place. It was divine and dignified. In the end, Yi Fan and the monkey separated. They each went on their own way to do their own things. The Au Highlands was so high above sea level that it made people sigh in admiration. It was even higher than the mountains in other places. Most of the year, it was covered in snow and bitter cold. Now, it was the shortest time of the year when spring was in full bloom. The highlands were full of vitality. Grass sprouts broke through the soil and flowers bloomed brilliantly. The aura of life pervaded the air. Suddenly, in the distance, Yi Fan felt an indescribable power calling out to him. It was divine and auspicious, guiding him forward. It was as if he was bathed in immortal splendor and felt comfortable all over. What's going on? He didn't talk to himself and looked forward. Before long, his heart trembled violently. He felt the power of transforming into the Tao. A saint was transforming into the Tao. Benefactor from afar, this old monk has been waiting for you for a long time. There was a dilapidated stone platform in front of him. An old monk was sitting cross-legged on the ground. It was unknown how many years he had lived. His flesh and bones were burning, and he was on the verge of transforming into the Tao. This was actually an ancient holy monk, also known as a Buddha. "Holy monk, do you know who I am? You came from the other side of the starry sky. This old monk saw the future before I passed away and has been waiting for you all this time," said the emaciated and burning ancient Buddha. "You?" Yi Fan was shocked. "Before this poor monk will borrow the power of the Amitabha Buddha to help you eliminate a strand of faith from an unmatched existence outside this realm," said the old monk. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient ship in the battlefield of the ancient saints outside the heavens made a light dang sound. As if it sensed something, a voice said to itself, "Is it the Amitabha Buddha?" Chapter 899. What are you talking about? Yi Fan was bewildered and took a few steps back. This was an ancient Buddha who had transformed into the Tao. It was surprising to see him here, and what he said was even more inexplicable. The old monk was as thin as a stick and his body was withered. He emitted bright and holy flames. His body was transparent and almost transparent. Everything inside could be seen. This stone platform was auspicious and was covered by the aura of the great Tao. It was almost crystal clear. An ancient saint transforming into the Tao was an earth-shattering event. The purest power of the Tao was circulating. This place was incomparably mysterious. There is a will wrapped around your bones. If I hadn't seen the future before I passed away, I wouldn't have been able to detect it even if I were a saint, the old monk said. His snow-white eyebrows turned into ashes in the tribulation fire. His bones were creaking and about to be destroyed. Yi Fan found it unbelievable. Did he have a kind of telekinesis? When did he get it? Why would it wrap around his bones? He was skeptical, but he could feel the sincerity of this old monk. There was no need to lie to such an expert who was about to transform into the Tao. Moreover, if the ancient saint wanted to harm him, a finger would be enough to kill him or even enlighten him by force. The ancient Buddha's glabella opened a slit and a ray of light shot out. It could illuminate everything and made Yi Fan's body transparent. He could clearly see a slender green divine chain wrapped around his left arm. A wisp of telekinesis from a supreme existence in the outer realm. When did I get entangled? He revealed a shocked expression. Could it be because of the ancient coffin pulled by the 9 dragons? Or was it related to the chaos star where the crocodile ancestor was suppressed? Or did he provoke something in the Ziwei ancient star region? Yi Fan instantly thought of all kinds of possibilities. He kept thinking and felt that everything was possible. Then, he inadvertently thought of another scene. More than half a year ago, he, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi had returned from the Ziwei ancient star region. They had conducted various explorations in the outer space battlefield ruins above this ancient star. First, they had obtained a god flower. Then, they had personally witnessed an ancient ship traversing from the depths of the universe. It was a small metal boat, only about 3 meters long, and it was tightly sealed. At that time, they had sensed an extremely weak aura inside, as if its life was about to come to an end. At that time, he, Li Tian, and Yan Yishi were all shaken. That was an ancient ship that came from the depths of the cosmos. It was unknown just how many years it had existed for, as if it had experienced an endless amount of time. They didn't dare provoke it at all, quickly leaving, descending on this ancient star. Now, Yi Fan carefully thought about it and naturally thought of that scene. This was an existence he had come into contact with in the outer realms, so he couldn't help but be suspicious. That mysterious existence left a wisp of psyche power on me. Did something bad happen? He couldn't help but ask. I'm fine now, there's no need to worry. This psyche power can only allow him to sense your existence. After all, the outer realm is too far away from the surface. However, it's hard to say what will happen in the future, said the old monk. At this moment, his withered body was transforming into the Tao, continuously turning into light, turning into strand after strand of Tao laws, entering heaven and earth. His flesh and bones flickered with golden light, splitting apart inch by inch. In addition, the monastic robe on his body was clearly a holy weapon. It was also transforming along with him, turning into scarlet divine chains of order that interweaved together. What kind of cultivation realm was this? His flesh, bones, and primordial spirit burned within the fiery light, continuously transforming into the Tao. However, his face was full of benevolence, not moving at all. Even if Mount Tai collapsed, he wouldn't frown in the slightest. Right now, he was walking towards the end of his life, about to disappear from this world, yet he looked at it so indifferently, as if he didn't care at all. This was an ancient Buddha that transcended the world. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. This kind of carefree ancient saint was rarely seen in this world. He never thought that the first time he met him, it would be a parting of death. He was about to see him transform into the Tao and die. "Senior, please show me the right path, help me out of this predicament. I'll help you dissolve it." The old monk chanted Amitabha. His entire body released resplendent golden light, stirring up the great Tao of heaven and earth. Buddhist fluctuations scattered across the Au Plateau. Hong. The great Tao of the entire western desert seemed to be drawn over. The willpower of all living beings transformed into endless light. The radiance was endless, submerging the world and surging over. A great golden Buddha appeared, holding Yi Fan in its palm. Then, it stirred up the endless Buddhist light of the western desert, enveloping him within the heavens and earth. Millions and millions of rays of Buddhist light poured down on his body like a golden waterfall. This was a type of baptism. The pure willpower came from Mount Meru, like a type of supreme Tao fruit overflowing. It was difficult to describe. It cleansed his Tao bones, cleansed his flesh, and caused every inch of his body to flicker with brilliance. All flaws were healed. Chang. Yi Fan heard a light sound from within his body, as if an iron chain had been broken. He felt as if some kind of restraint had been broken. He was immediately startled. There was indeed something strange. At the same time, a green divine chain flew out. It was clearly visible within the golden Buddha divine splendor. It wanted to escape into the heavens, making zheng-zheng sounds. Golden Buddha splendor surged, imprisoning it and preventing it from escaping. The ancient holy monk had a compassionate expression on his face. He borrowed the willpower of Mount Meru to pull the green chain into his own body, transforming it into the Tao with him. Pop! A light sound rang out. The mysterious willpower dissipated, merging with the natural laws of heaven and earth. Yi Fan was completely free and let out a sigh of relief. "Many thanks, Senior." Pure willpower poured into his body. This was a type of gift. It washed away the impurities of the mortal world, solidified one's own Tao fruit, and purified everything. Yi Fan's body was like seven-colored glass, shining with precious splendor. His entire body was flawless and without a speck of dirt. It was as if he had become a deity, his appearance dignified and dignified. At this moment, he felt even more ethereal. He wanted to force his way through this trial, defying the heavens and severing the Tao. However, the golden divine splendor flickered, and in the end, he was only able to stabilize himself. At the same time, a fluctuation was transmitted from the ancient ship in the foreign battlefield. Amitabha. He has also come to this world. The Tao field is indeed the most mysterious. Using Mount Meru as the foundation, what are you trying to evolve? On the Au Plateau, on top of the ruined stone platform, the old monk transformed into the Tao in the golden Buddha flames. Most of his body was burned away, but his expression didn't change. He released a smile as pure as a baby's. Yi Fan bowed again to express his gratitude. What did Senior see? He earnestly asked for guidance. He was eager to know everything that would happen in the future. Before the flame of life was extinguished, I only saw a corner of the future. It was like a withered yellow leaf that was occasionally blown into the sky by the great wind, and I saw a wider world. However, in the end, it will fall. It is only a leaf, how can it see through the entire world? It was only a moment of clarity. Yi Fan was startled. This was indeed an ancient Buddha who had achieved the Tao. He smiled faintly while transforming into the Tao. He was calm and natural, exceptionally extraordinary and refined. Buddhism talks about karma. Senior has helped me resolve my predicament, and this junior doesn't know how to repay you. For you, the effect is in the present, and the cause is in the future. For me, the cause is in the present, and the effect is in the future. The old monk's body was almost completely burned away. His Tao bones were all broken, and each of them sparkled. The Kasaya holy weapon on his body had completely turned into ashes. Senior, please enlighten me. You will bestow the grace of Buddhism upon me. I am happy to see the Dharma complete. This time, I will go to the other side of the starry sky. You will be the protector of my sect. His bones were broken in the flames, but he was still peaceful and calm. He held a lotus in his hand and smiled. Yi Fan was bewildered. This old monk was indeed extraordinary. He could even foresee the faraway hometown. As expected of an ancient Buddha. Next, the old monk said something that made Yi Fan stagger and almost fall to the ground. He was going to take the scriptures and he was going to be the protector. Wait, what are you talking about? Don't tell me it's to go to the west to obtain scriptures or something. He couldn't bear it. The ancient Buddha smiled and shook his head, saying that he was thinking too much. There was only karma, and it was also fate. It wasn't what he was thinking. Yi Fan calmed his heart and understood what he wanted. He revealed a strange expression. Was there really reincarnation and afterlife in the future of Buddhism? He asked seriously. The old monk said, if you believe it, then it exists. If you don't believe it, then it doesn't. As time passes, there will be two identical flowers in the world. After thousands of years, one will wither and the other will bloom. Senior, have you seen Gautama Buddha? 2,000 years ago, I traveled to the foot of Mount Meru and saw him coming down the mountain. This Buddha walked among the mortal world and didn't come from the Tempest Temple. He usually lived in various wild temples. Burying him on the other side of the starry sky was the only request of the ancient Buddha. He wanted to see all the true Buddha nature after death. You want to see the Dharma of Gautama Buddha. Isn't this contrary to your cultivation? Yi Fan was doubtful. I respect Amitabha and also recognize all the true Buddha nature. I don't know if Gautama Buddha is the demonic shell of the Buddha. I'm only looking for a lost scripture. May I ask which ancient Buddha you are, Senior? Yi Fan really wanted to know. Buddhism talked about reincarnation and afterlife. This old monk most likely had a great background. Was he an ancient Buddha in the myths and legends? The name is fake. In the end, it's all for nothing. All the Buddhas have such a peaceful nature until they reach nirvana. There's no origin, and there's no place to go. The old monk transformed into Tao in the firelight. Divine rules of order melted into heaven and earth. Yi Fan was pushed into the endless distance by a gentle force. Otherwise, he would also transform into Tao. This was an earth-shattering event. The place was enshrouded in mist. The golden light of Buddha drowned the plateau in an instant. The old monk's bones were all broken. His flesh and blood turned into light. In the end, he completely transformed into Tao and was removed from the world. After a long time, Yi Fan walked over and picked out a sarira from the ashes. It was the size of a child's fist. It was perfectly round and sparkling. It emitted an immortal divine radiance. In the afterlife, it would exist if you believed it. Yi Fan was silent. In the end, he shook his head and put away the sarira. He walked on the Au plateau and saw pilgrims one after another. They kowtowed with every step and walked toward the Au sacred lake on the plateau with incomparable devotion. Along the way, there were soft grass and cold rocks. However, they didn't think it was a hardship. Instead, they were full of spirit and had faith in their hearts. This scene deeply shocked Yi Fan. He fell into deep thought. The spiritual world with faith wouldn't be empty. Telekinesis was also a form of cultivation. However, those who proved their Tao couldn't believe in others. They had to believe in themselves. Perhaps for mortals, this was a form of sustenance that satisfied their souls. He couldn't help but look at the invisible Mount Meru. Amitabha was truly unfathomable. In front of him, there was a sacred lake. It was clear and sparkling. This was the Au Lake on the plateau, a holy land of Buddhism. There was a temple by the lake. It wasn't grand or majestic and only occupied a small area. It was just a small temple, but it was the Ahama temple that Yi Fan was looking for. A beauty stood in front of the Ahama temple. She was otherworldly and auspicious. She was like a blooming lotus flower as she stood there quietly. It was an Miaoyi. My master transformed into Tao and saw the future. I already know that you will travel far. And Miaoyi's charming voice traveled over. Her true nature was still there and she hadn't slain him yet. Afterward, the two of them didn't say anything and started to walk around the Au sacred lake. They walked side by side like a pair of Buddhas who had transcended the mortal world. Chapter 900. The Au sacred lake was clear and translucent. It was a bright pearl on the plateau. It was said that Amitabha had once bathed here and planted green lotuses. People would often kowtow to it with every step they took just to worship. Some old herdsmen would walk for years at a time, and some would even die on the way. However, they did not think of it as suffering. Instead, they savored and enjoyed the process, treating it seriously. Each pilgrimage was equivalent to a spiritual sublimation. Even though these people were covered in wounds, they would still be full of spirit the moment they arrived at Au Lake. It was as if they had accomplished the most important thing in their lives. Yi Fan and Miaoyi walked around the lake. Neither of them spoke and just walked in silence like a celestial couple. Then, they walked into the depths of the plateau. They saw some pilgrims who were incomparably pious and worshipping with their lives. Divine radiance overflowed from the top of each person's head. Their hearts were entrusted to them. This was also a kind of cultivation. Only people like Yi Fan could see it. The altitude here was very high. The grass on the ground was fresh and the sky was exceptionally blue. The clouds seemed to be right above their heads, as if they could reach out and touch them. Yi Fan and Miaoyi didn't say anything this entire time. They just silently walked like that, stepping on the grass, moving side by side on the plateau, all the way until the sun set in the west. Their shadows became extremely long, scattering down an expanse of red radiance. There were some things that didn't need to be said. They walked side by side just like that. They both understood the path ahead and knew the final result. In the end, they returned to the Agama temple. Under the setting sun, the entire temple was dyed in a layer of golden divine splendor. It was exceptionally holy and beautiful. Beside them, the lake was sparkling, reflecting the blue sky and the pure white clouds. It also reflected their figures, making them look as graceful as jade. You have to take care. Yi Fan looked at her in a daze. He was about to leave. He felt a bit sour in his heart. A person was so insignificant and there were many things he could not change. A heavenly chasm was about to appear. He had no choice. This was a kind of helplessness. A river of stars had cut off the future, separating the people on both sides. It would be difficult to cross even if they spent their entire lives. Looking up at the brilliant stars, they could only watch the flowers bloom on the other side. I think I can sever my path now. And Miaoyi stood by the lake, her face radiant under the sunset glow. Her eyes sparkled and eventually turned into tears. Yi Fan took out an ancient bronze lamp he had obtained from the ruined Thunderclap temple on Mars. It was the only intact artifact, but it was no longer flickering. He gave the green lamp to Miaoi, and a spark streaked across the wick of the lamp. They circled the sacred lake one last time, and Miaoi said softly, "Be careful on your journey." When he turned around again, that figure by Lake Au was still there. Her style was truly unmatched, becoming an eternal elegance. The entire sunset glow scattered down on her body. I severed my path, but I forgot the past. 2 streams of crystal-clear tears rolled down in Miaoi's beautiful eyes. She stared blankly at the disappearing silhouette. A streak of light shot out from her sparkling white forehead, entering the green lamp in her hand. The Dao light was resplendent, and with a flicker of the wick, the lamp immediately lit up. From then on, it would shine forever, difficult to extinguish. Who am I? Who is he? And Miaoi was very peaceful. She looked at the figure in the distance, but she also cared about herself. Tears rolled down her face as she stood in front of the temple. The setting sun dyed her body red. Divine splendor flowed about, making her look even more otherworldly. She was bright and flawless, without a speck of dust. Hong. At this moment, auspicious signs appeared in the Au highlands. Divine lotuses appeared on the ground and Buddha light filled the sky. A mysterious aura filled every inch of space. A female bodhisattva appeared behind her. She smiled as she picked up a flower and filled the sky. She was surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. 1,000 types of great Tao and 10,000 types of deities appeared. Dang, bells rang in many ancient temples throughout the western desert. A female bodhisattva appeared with Buddha light and appeared in the sky above every temple. This shocked many people. The bell sounds were long and drawn out. Under the beautiful setting sun, Miaoi severed her path and produced a miraculous scene that appeared in the world. She was surrounded by all kinds of divine splendor. The sun, moon, and stars rotated and she became more and more holy. Only tears hung on her face as she said to herself, "I have forgotten. Then I will sever everything." Dang! Within the Au temple, the sound of the bell resounded and Buddha light flourished. Strand after strand of light shot out from the space between her eyebrows and entered the green lamp. The flame danced and became bright. I suddenly realized that the origin of Wonderful Heart was like a cracked shell. There were 6 pleasures in the dream, but after I realized it, there was nothing sacred and ordinary. And Miaoi retracted her gaze. She was dressed in light clothing and sat cross-legged on a precious lotus. Her hands formed dhyana mudras. She was elegant and otherworldly. The last 2 drops of tears rolled down her face. There was no longer a trace of sadness. On the horizon, Yifan did not leave. He stood there the entire time. When he saw the final scene, his heart ached. The setting sun disappeared and Buddha light retreated. All kinds of strange phenomena vanished. And Miaoi disappeared and a chanting sound could be heard. Yifan stood on the horizon and silently gazed at the Au sacred lake. He was like a stone statue, motionless until the stars filled the sky and the morning glow rose. After a night, he faced the rising sun and walked towards the east. He didn't use any magic or innate techniques. Although he didn't kowtow with every step he took, he was like a pilgrim, walking on ascetic steps. What he prayed to wasn't a god, it wasn't the Amitabha Buddha, it wasn't any emperor either. In the center of his brows, there was always a tiny golden figure. That was him. I'm unrivaled in this world, I can shatter everything, I can change everything. Even if ancient emperors appear again, they wouldn't be able to obstruct my footsteps. Several days later, his footsteps grew faster and faster. He didn't use any secret arts or divine energy, but he was like the wind. There was an indescribable Tao circulating around him, allowing him to traverse several miles with a single step. At this moment, Yifan was immersed in a unique miraculous state. His body was one with the heavens and earth. Although he stood on the second level of Immortal Foundation, he could see everything in the third level of Immortal Foundation. Ahead, there was still a heavenly moat that he couldn't cross. His obsessions obstructed him, he couldn't sever his Tao. Another 2 days passed and he completely awoke. His body was light and his entire body was glowing with light. It was like he had undergone a rebirth and his sea of consciousness was brimming with energy. Is this a different type of pilgrimage for me? Yi Fan mumbled to himself. After that, he no longer delayed and took out the formation platform the Black Emperor prepared for him. Today, he flew back to the eastern desolate lands. The Central Prefecture Ancestral Temple was a place that caused all cultivators in the world to go crazy. It was filled with temptation. Ancient scriptures, immortal materials, insights gained by the predecessors, the green cauldron that existed since the ancient times. As long as one obtained one of these, it would be enough to benefit them for a lifetime. No matter how dangerous it was hard to resist the thirst of people. They were like moths flying into a flame. Many people who had been in closed-door seclusion for many years and were thought to have died long ago all appeared, wanting to enter the ancestral temple to take a look. During these days, the 5 regions were in chaos. Experts from all directions moved out to the central prefecture, wanting to excavate this ancient ruin that had been covered in dust for over 200,000 years. We must obtain the damaged green cauldron. This was the only goal of the various tribes in the supreme ancient immortal realms. This was especially so for the various royal clans. They wanted to uncover the secret to becoming an immortal. The ancestral kings didn't dare to come out, but their descendants all moved out. The curtains finally fell on the negotiations between the 4 divine dynasties and the Yaoguang Holy Land. The seal on the ancestral temple would be opened in a few days, and those who had the qualifications could enter. Yi Fan returned with a calm heart. He had adjusted all his emotions. No matter how reluctant he was to part with his old friends in this world, he had to leave. Regardless of whether his parents were still around or not, even if it was all for naught, he still had to go back and take a look. This was an obsession in his heart that was difficult to sever. The heavenly village was still the same. The monkey had returned a few days before Yi Fan. His worries didn't come true, and there was nothing strange about his uncle. Nothing bad should have happened. After Yi Fan returned, he found Pang Bo and told him that once he entered the ancestral temple, he must not separate from him and that the two of them should move together. The ancient Buddha passed away and didn't mention Pang Bo returning. This made him somewhat worried, afraid that something unforeseen might happen. Are we really going to use the last battle to leave? Can't we stay? Within the heavenly village, Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were all very sad and unwilling to part. These days, Ji Ziyue didn't come again. She said that she would go on that day to send them off. She had lost her usual smile. I say, brat, if you really want to leave, can't you give birth to a sage physique Dao fetus first? How about this, I'll go and catch one for you, I'll go all out, the big black dog said. His words made everyone laugh in anger, and it diluted the gloominess of the parting quite a bit. The ancestral temple of the Yuhua God dynasty would open in 3 days. At that time, heroes from all walks of life would gather in the middle state, and the world would be stirred up. Yi Fan, the monkey, Duanda, and the others set off in advance to avoid accidents and miss the time. They had to make sufficient preparations outside. Not everyone could enter the ancestral temple. Only a very small number of people in the 5 regions were qualified to enter. This was the result of the discussion between the various sections. Except for the immortal sects, it was very difficult for others to get a share. With the immortal inheritance, as the representatives of the world, they could naturally suppress everything. Even if the other small sects wanted to object to this decision, it was useless. Of course, if individual cultivators were strong enough, they could also enter, but they had to pass several difficult tests and fight in exchange for the right to enter. As soon as Yi Fan arrived in the middle state, he attracted the attention of the people of the world. The four god dynasties directly sent him a letter, inviting him to explore the ancestral temple together. He immediately obtained the right to enter. After that, the monkey, the heavenly prince, Huang Shudao, Huolin, Huaqilin, Daoist divine silkworm, and the other ancient princes were also announced to have the right to enter. Li Tian, Li Heishui, and the others were dissatisfied. They actually didn't even have the right to enter. The Black Emperor and Duanda even clamored, saying, "Damn, can't we kill our way in? Let's form a pair and turn the world upside down." If one wanted to enter, the conditions were extremely harsh, and it naturally caused the dissatisfaction of the people of the world. However, the people soon fell silent again. This time, apart from the four god dynasties and the light-shaking realm, even the other immortal holy lands only had a few slots. Many great sects only had a single sect master who could enter. One could imagine how precious those confirmation letters were. This was a kind of acknowledgement, a joint acknowledgement of the power and status of the various great sections. I can't wait. I hope the heavenly prince can enter and settle his grudge with him. The monkey said. I hope Wang Ting will appear, and I hope even more that the other two divine sons and goddesses of the killer god dynasty will appear to take revenge. Li Heishui and Jiang Huiran said. I have a premonition that Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman will definitely appear. Pang Bo said. There were still 3 more days before the opening of the ancestral temple. Experts were as common as clouds outside the former number 1 ancestral vein of the Central Plains. Various heroes had appeared, and even large groups of experts from the various ancient tribes had arrived. The Central Plains dragon vein was filled with a sea of people. The clouds moved from all directions and gathered here. Chapter 901. Have we prepared everything? Yi Fan asked. This matter was of great importance, and life and death could be decided at every turn. They couldn't afford to be careless. There should be no problem, Pang Bo said. Everyone had adjusted themselves to their peak state and were only waiting for 3 days to enter. What about Old Blind and Tu Tian? Yi Fan asked. The others were startled when they heard his words. They immediately knew what he wanted to do. Could it be that he wanted to bring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon in? However, this was a taboo. The sects had stated clearly that they couldn't use it, or else the world would kill them. It's hard to use it in this place. If we let the cat out of the bag, there will be great trouble. I think there will definitely be people who set up detection formations when we enter, Li Heishui said. We don't have to use it. I just feel that this place is too unusual. I don't know why, but I have a feeling of palpitation, Yi Fan said with a frown. He felt that it was better to bring the ultimate weapon as a precaution. Let this emperor think, is there any way to hide the aura? Although the Black Emperor was usually unreliable, that was only to others. When it came to his own safety, this dog thing would think more thoroughly than anyone else. Do you have a premonition? The monkey asked. At their realm, sometimes, their instincts were even more accurate than some powerful predictions. No. Yi Fan shook his head. He was only a bit worried. Last time, I killed so many people in the Broken Heaven mountain range. Will someone plot against me? You are worried that the Central Prefecture's ancestral temple is a huge scam. This can't be. Could it be that they want to capture all the experts in the world? Who would be so daring? The others sucked in a breath of cold air. I don't think so. Yi Fan shook his head. Then, he rubbed his chin and said, I'm just worried that someone will use this ancestral temple to set up a trap specifically to deal with me. That makes sense. Who knows, someone might really want to imitate the battle at the Broken Heaven mountain range. If that's the case, there will be great trouble. It's safer to bring the Extreme Path Emperor weapon. Pang Bo nodded. After this emperor racked his brains, I finally recalled all of the details of a formation. It can be of great use, and it can conceal all auras. No formation patterns can be sensed, said the Black Emperor. It was the heaven-deceiving formation. Back then, Emperor Wu Shi was often struck by lightning. To prevent others from being affected, he created a strange formation that could hide all auras. In the end, the heaven-devouring devil jar perfectly fused together, and the Black Emperor used a mysterious formation to conceal its aura. Bringing it along was enough to make people feel at ease. Even if a shocking change happened, they would not be afraid. Duanda frowned and said, "There's a material that I haven't collected. I only got a substitute, but I still feel that it's not right." "You still haven't collected all of them after so many days?" Yi Fan was shocked. He had spent a lot of resources to let him go to the big auction houses to bid. "We're still short of Yama soil. It's extremely rare and difficult to collect," Duanda said. "It doesn't matter," said Yi Fan. "We still have 3 days. If we can't find it in the eastern barren land, we can search the Central Plains auction houses." "There's no need to go through so much trouble," Qi Luo said. Now, the winds and clouds of the world gathered in Central Continent's ancestral temple, attracting people from all walks of life. There was a temporary area outside the former First Dragon Vein that could be exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was only a few dozen li from here. Outside the First Ancestral Vein, hills rose and fell. All of the great mountains had been cut off. No one could imagine just how terrifying that mysterious night that shocked all of history was. There was a valley that was especially spacious. Now, there was a sea of people. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream. All the major corporations and auction houses had made ample preparations. It could be said that they knew how to do business. They had transported all kinds of rare treasures to this place, and all of them were items needed for the exploration of the ruins. An old man passed by and brushed shoulders with Qi Luo. The old assassin's expression became incomparably solemn. He had received a secret report and pulled Yi Fan and the others to the side. He transmitted his voice to them and said, "This time, it's really not good. Hell and the human world have sent out a few old assassin kings. They are determined to eliminate Yi Fan to avenge the hatred from last time. I'll be fine. You guys, on the other hand, must pay more attention." Yi Fan's expression didn't change. He had long since anticipated that there would be a bloody battle this time. It wouldn't be so easy to ascend the rainbow altar. Within the valley, there were emerald bamboos everywhere. Mountain springs gurgled and spiritual energy was rising. It was quite extraordinary. Not only were there many human experts, but there were also many ancient race experts. Although the magical treasures were directly displayed on the stalls, their prices weren't cheap. Many of them were treasures that were too much for the eyes to take in. Many of the stalls attracted many people to stop in their tracks. The Black Emperor bought some more materials continuously. Meanwhile, Duanda picked left and right but still couldn't find the Yama earth he needed. This kind of thing could only be discovered and not sought. Sacred Prince. An ancient race expert approached and respectfully greeted the monkey. Then, he secretly transmitted his voice. "Is that so? I understand. Many thanks to your race. I will definitely repay you in the future." The monkey nodded. "What's wrong?" Yan Ishi asked. "The Heaven Prince can't forget about me as well. As for the other few old experts of the ancient race, they want to target Yi Fan and kill him inside. Their backgrounds aren't small at all." Monkey said. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the world, normal people wouldn't dare to face him head-on and would all retreat. Those who wanted to take action against him were definitely people with shocking backgrounds. Central Continent's ancestral temple was filled with killing intent at every step. There would be a rain of blood and foul winds. It was even more serious than they had imagined. Nothing much, just let them come. Yi Fan didn't care in the slightest. Duanda snorted coldly and said, "These people truly don't know the difference between life and death. they still want to kill people inside. They simply don't know how terrifying the ancestral temple is. It has been surrounded by Yin energy for more than 200,000 years. How can it still be a holy temple? It's comparable to the tombs of ancient emperors. After entering, they will pay with their blood. A clamor came from up ahead. Many people were standing in front of a stall and two parties were bidding for a weapon. Many people had gathered around. Yi Fan and the others also came to watch. Duanda couldn't shift his eyes away and quickly squeezed in. He picked up a magical treasure that looked like the dark Azura Hall and placed it in his palm. It was filled with dense Yin energy and curled up with strands of black mist. Daoist priest, we are bidding. Do you also want to interfere? Someone said coldly from the side. Bid? Duanda didn't even raise his head and directly transmitted his voice to Yi Fan, telling him that this was a forbidden weapon forged from Yama soil. The stall owner was a middle-aged man. His cultivation wasn't high and he had always been a refiner since his ancestors. This weapon couldn't be considered a masterpiece and was forged from a strange bloody mud he dug out from a strange mountain. He didn't expect it to be so popular here. What a waste of natural resources. This is Yama soil. He doesn't know its value at all. It has great uses like suppressing evil and was almost wasted by him. This was Duanda's evaluation. At the same time, he realized that there were many strange people in the world. He wasn't the only one who knew what was good. There were others who recognized it as well. Otherwise, they wouldn't have bid like this. One of the parties was actually the ancient race. It was formed by a dozen or so experts. Obviously, there were experts among them. The other party's background wasn't small either. It was actually a holy land of the eastern wasteland, the Wind Clan. Yi Fan went forward and put down a fist-sized divine source on the straw mat. It immediately caused a commotion. No one had thought that a broken palace filled with Yin energy would be worth so much. The other two parties realized that someone who knew what was good had come. They didn't hide it anymore and said that it was a treasure. They clearly wanted to get it and increased the price. The ancient race naturally didn't lack divine source. They were even more generous and outbid Yi Fan. He smiled and immediately took out a small piece of Daluo silver essence and put it on the ground. The appearance of this divine material immediately caused a commotion. This was a truly rare treasure that was hard to find in this world. It should be far more valuable than that palm-sized palace. Someone recognized Yi Fan and said in a low voice, "It's the human race's divine physique." Both the ancient race and the Wind Clan's expressions changed. Many people surrounded him. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. Now that Yi Fan's name had shaken the world, many people were astonished. Not everyone had seen him before, so they all wanted to see what he looked like. He's the one who led tens of thousands of cavalry to flatten the Huanggu family in the north? Many people gasped. It's him. He killed the Saint Child, Yuan Gu, and the Divine Child. In the Battle of the Broken Heaven mountain range, he even soaked the Black Mountain with blood. Many people couldn't help but retreat in awe. On the side, the dozen or so ancient race experts had serious expressions. There were experts like Duanda among them. They clearly had a great background and an extraordinary identity, but at this moment, they were also frowning. On the other side, a girl from the Wind Clan walked out. She wore a multicolored mask and had a graceful and beautiful figure. She had an exceptional charm and was like a goddess. However, at this moment, her eyes revealed an incomparably complicated light. It was the Wind Clan's princess, Feng Huang. Only after cultivating to this step did she understand how childish her words were back then. In the past, her ambitions were higher than the heavens. She refused the marriage alliance and didn't even place those who could grow into great divine physiques in her eyes. Now, thinking about it, she could only sigh. Although her aptitude was astonishing and her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, when she cultivated to this level, she deeply understood how difficult this path was. Even the golden-winged little Peng King had fallen. Her words back then were too excessive. After so many years, her ears were filled with rumors about Yifan. Even if she didn't want to hear about it, it was impossible. The divine physique Yifan had grown step by step. From being viewed as an enemy by all sides to shaking the world in battle after battle, he had established an unrivaled legend. This made her feel bitter. In the current world, if one were to talk about the younger generation and those who could prove their Dao, there was no need to mention Yifan. Who would dare to overlook him? Back then, she did not give any face to the supreme divine kings and her grandfather, the Wind Clan Lord. She raised her arrogant head and looked down on Yifan, who had an unpredictable future. More than 10 years had passed. Yifan advanced firmly with every step. He fought for a brilliant reputation and stirred up the world. He had already drawn the attention of the world and written his own undefeated legend. Looking back, she could only sigh. Back then, she was too arrogant and did not know how cruel the Emperor's path was. Now that she thought about it, she wanted to say something, but it was difficult for her to say it. Whatever, we don't want this Yama Earth anymore. The dozen or so ancient race experts with great origins turned around and left. It was impossible for them to take out the everlasting silver essence. They felt that the gains did not make up for the losses. Not everyone was like the Yuan Taoist master who could find divine materials. Those are experts from a few great king clans. They are a group of terrifying figures, yet they are giving up just like that? Someone recognized their identity and was incomparably shocked. When the others heard this, they also sucked in a cold breath of air. Recently, they had heard that there were more than 10 powerful king clans and great clans that each sent out an expert to form a group of people. They never expected it to be them. Even these types of figures didn't face the divine body head-on. This is. His fame has spread far and wide. Someone sighed with emotion. On the side, the phoenix's entire body was surrounded by 5-colored divine light. She stood there quietly and listened to everyone's words without moving. Clan Lord. Right at this time, the Wind Clan Lord appeared. The clan's people greeted him together. Yifan also heard this. He stood up and looked towards the crowd. He first saw the Wind Phoenix, and then he saw an awe-inspiring middle-aged man. I pay my respects to Senior. The Wind Clan Lord showed him kindness. No matter what happened later on, he would never forget the other party's assistance when he broke through the divine body's curse. When I see you again, I truly know that I am old. After this trip to the central continent, I will go into seclusion. The Wind Clan's divine master sighed with regret. In the past, Yifan was only in the 4 extreme secret realms, yet now, he was already able to advance smoothly, reaching this step. He was now on equal footing with the various divine masters. He couldn't help but sigh at the passage of time, the glory fading far away. The new generation replaced the old. Huang, why didn't you greet me when you came? The Wind Clan's divine master looked towards the Wind Clan's heavenly genius goddess, the Wind Phoenix.